What's up, Commander?
Hey, just running around with my head cut off today. It's been a crazy, hectic day so far, but I'm doing all right. How are you?
I am doing the same. Crazy and all right. It's like kind of like where I operate in between crazy and all right.
Yeah. I had some teenage terrorist drama.
Oh, yeah, I get that every day. We are in the same boat there, sir. And I have this feeling that you're way more equipped for it than I am.
It's all good. He's a good kid overall, but sometimes there's things that pop up. So I don't want to make this about my personal stuff. What's going on? I've been so busy today. I haven't even looked at headlines and see. Other than I was joking with Kelly about making a title for this show was going to be Bezos can't get it up, and that was about his rocket company that can't seem to launch their rockets. Only the dirty-minded would say that it's obscene.
Yeah, I hear you. I haven't really looked at any of the headlines today either. I did watch a few videos. The I watched a video today that just kind of just blew my mind because it's from Tupacabra, and it basically talks about how uh, aliens and angels are the same thing, and like kind of proves it. And it just whoa, it was a lot.
Who's the source?
Tupacabra. So he put together a like a little documentary. It's about 26 minutes, I think. And it's got, Jordan Peterson is in there, Tucker Carlson is in there, and just talking about the things that religions have in common as far as the storyline goes, and how those things that are in common, if you look at angels and aliens as being the same creature, if you will, or entity, then it sort of makes sense. It's really good. I'll put it down in the chat. It just it makes you question things, and it's the way that it's done is really smart. It's really well done. It's not glamorized or anything like that. It's just like, okay, here's what we know. So,
oh yeah, that sounds interesting. I just see. I was like, who is this PFP? I clicked on it. It's Kelly. Kelly has a new PFP, or what's new for me. I don't know how long she's been using it.
It's very new.
And I think Craig has a new PFP. He had a kitty before, but I thought it was like a calico. Now he's got like a demon cat or something.
It's the same cat. He put the green eyes on it.
Yeah, but I thought it was like a tabby. What do you call the orange and white cats? This cat looks darker to me.
This is actually based on my actual cat.
Does he have green laser eyes?
Well, only when fighting demons.
He must be in California. He must be busy.
Yeah, it disappears for hours, and I don't know where, so it must be California.
Well, you said
mine is compliments of Grok and Kim.
Did you do one of those things where you say, if I was a person, what would I look like? And Grok makes it?
Yes, it somehow turned in my blue cat face into that. So, okay.
Yeah, I was wondering what happened to the kitty cat that like the your cats, your PFPs that you've had over the last 2 years remind me, and you probably don't even mean for it to be that. What's the movie? Now my mind's
Avatar.
That's it.
Right?
Yep. Thank you. You read my mind,
I thought about
Kelly.
that too.
You're psychic.
That's right. Great minds and all, right? I almost didn't do it. I was like, oh, that's kind of walking out. But yeah, but it was still a cool looking cat. And Kim made that one too. Gotta love Kim.
Midjourney made that. Midjourney has some better skills than Grok, but Grok
What takes your verbiage, Kim? Kim, it's all about what you put in the prompt.
It's all about patience and trying and trying again. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's very stubborn. What's up, Luke?
A simple question to the space. If you ask a genuine request to assist someone in America and you do a records request, if you're out of country and you're no longer American resident, can public record officers still refuse your request and mess with you?
You talking about like a FOIA request?
Yeah, well, no, FOIA is the federal law in America. At the state and county level, I'm trying to do records requests, really basic stuff. For example, I'm asking the Arizona Nursing Board confirmation that an individual never had a nursing license that received victims' compensation for losing an illicit job practicing medicine without a license, a class 5 felony in the state. And that's probably why they don't want to do it, because it's a bit of a corruption scandal. And I just want to know, do I have to have an American proxy to do the records request for me? As me being someone overseas, even though I'm assisting someone in the American criminal justice system, can records departments just refuse to comply with the request? Because I've done a records request before. They promised to send me a copy of the Sedona police promised to send me a copy of the person's police interview, and they didn't give it to the grand jury. They didn't give it to the Coconino County Superior Court, but I've obtained documentation that they entered it into the Sedona Police GETAC evidence protection system. And it's exculpatory evidence that hasn't been handed over. And the prosecutor, Dan Noble, swore under oath into the court under the penalty of perjury that all this discovery was done when it wasn't. So, the justice is being perverted in Arizona, and people being locked up with indefinite detention and being declared complex cases against their will by corrupt lawyers who did the motion behind their back and then left the case for a conflict of interest because they were a Mason. So basically, it's a big mess. My simple question is this: can the Arizona Nursing Board refuse to answer a basic records request for 4 months? Did this person have a nursing license or not? And after I pay, can judges refuse to do an appeal? I did an appeal I wanted to find out who the original prosecutor and who the original public defender was in the Adam Smith case. And I ended up getting the answer from Sedona Police, but I applied to the Flagstaff Justice Court as well. And the court lied to me and said the case was transferred to Coconino County Superior Court when it wasn't. But really there was no charges filed in the case. Then they told me the court doesn't appoint a public defender, the Coconino County's Attorney's Office, which is also a bold-faced lie. And so then I do an appeal to a records request to a court that can only be handled by a Superior Court civil judge. And then a judge who was at the Flagstaff Justice Court intervened and released fake documents claiming that the court doesn't appoint a public defender or the prosecutor, which of course it does, which is a crime. Basically, we're dealing with a whole shitload of officials in Arizona doing small crimes, which are, not complying with records request and discovery. But when you find out why they're doing it, it gets an upgrade to official misconduct. So my simple question is, because I'm outside America and I'm no longer a resident of America, have I lost my ability to do records requests?
Well, I'm not an expert on it, but first of all, you got the problem of different states and jurisdictions that are going to handle it differently. The other problem you have is Arizona has shifted strongly to the left. How they took a red state and turned it into a blue state is worthy of its own investigation and story.
I've been investigating it, sir.
Yeah, let me.
Yeah. You know, in Arizona, Republican judges are banned. All judges must be chosen by azcourts.gov/JNC.
But let me.
And
You cut me off. I was trying to give you an answer, but
my apologies, sorry.
licensure, usually in many states, I don't know about the state you're talking about, but in many states, that's usually available through a public through the Secretary of State or some entity at the state government levels, like teachers. Certified teachers that work in the state have to be certified by the state. Doctors, nurses, they have to be licensed and certified. I would think that would be a publicly available record. When you get into requesting records, again, that's going to be different jurisdictions. So, I mean, really, if you really want to get to the bottom of it, you'd have to hire probably an attorney in Arizona that can help you.
Yeah, what I'm looking at is possibly a Masonic conspiracy. What I gave you before was Occam's razor, another possibility. But the judge, right now, there's a huge court case that's just popped up where the Arizona State Bar Society is potentially going to lose their supremacy in Arizona. That means that they no longer are the authority for disciplining corrupt attorneys, and that their bar membership isn't compulsory. I think New York is set up like that. There was a story on ABC 15 about it a few 3 or 4 days ago, and I'm hoping that what we've uncovered in the Adam Smith case can be given to those people, because there's so much corruption. I could go through a whole litany of government departments in Arizona which has acted corruptly. The Arizona Board of Pharmacy isn't responding to records requests. The Arizona Department of Health are exposing how the Arizona State Vaccine Arizona State Immunization Information System, ASIIS.AZDHS.gov, it's got a whole bunch of fake records in it, injected by CVS. Okay, and so they're not complying with the records request. And there's a guy in Arizona, he's got a 6th Amendment right to a fair trial. And I've told him that under American case law, he has a records request powers of a god, you know, because the Constitution is the supreme law in your country. So what the sheriff does is they put him on a 23-hour lockdown because he quoted the Bible, and they shut down the whole commissary in the prison and declared war on the First Amendment, because the pen is mightier than the sword. So they ban all pens from the prison, ban all paper from the prison, ban access to the notary republic, ban access to the law library. Now, the guy the other Democrat who ran for head of Coconino County Attorney's Office, Gary Perlmutter, he was a public defender for juveniles in 2004, and then he moved up to be the head of the legal defender's office. He's alleging that the sheriff who's locked up Adam Smith is covering up the rapes of juveniles in Perlmutter versus Coconino County on casetext.com, a real case law. So that's not defamation, that's case law. It's been alleged in federal court by a very high-ranking person as the sheriff sits on the board of Big Brothers, Big Sisters with the judge on Adam Smith's case. The lawyer, as I said before, judges all must be chosen by the Judicial Nomination Committee, who is stacked 66% leftist. So you could have a 90% Republican electorate, and then this judges still have to be Democrat, and the whole legal industry, which is involved with counting the vote, has to be Democrat. Can you see the huge problem with Arizona and why Arizona was the last state to count the vote? Now, this information I'm about to say next could be used by the Republicans in the Senate to destroy the Judicial Nomination Committee. They successfully nominated Adam Smith's lawyer for a position of a judge, okay? And Adam Smith's lawyer is in the Washington Post, which is allegedly America's newspaper of record. If you search Samuel Bateman, Adam Zickerman, Washington Post, and he said the whole case against Samuel Bateman is religious persecution. 2 weeks after, the FBI said the whole case against Samuel Bateman is that member of the fundamentalist Church of Latter-day Saints having sex with his 9-year-old wife. So basically, this guy got disciplined in court for arguing you have the First Amendment right to practice your religion by having sex with a 9-year-old girl. Who would vote for that guy? Only 2 people in Arizona in this subcommittee, because I've obtained under records request. Like some of my records requests have been successful, and I met a very smart, powerful lawyer who works for the courts that actually helped that records request go through. But it was only given to me the day before the US election because it was relevant to the election, because in Arizona, the Democrats asked everyone to vote to never vote again. Proposition 137 was for the voters were asked to take away your rights to recall unelected judges you never voted for. And I'm very proud that even in the predominantly Democrat-controlled Coconino County, 87% of American voters said, "F no, Democrats, how dare you ask me to never vote again?" That's communism. I'm glad some people worked that out. So the Judicial Nomination Committee has failed Arizona. They're saying the best judge is an advocate for intergenerational love who put on his application form, he's an intergenerational Holocaust victim from Czechoslovakia. He's also the Arizona Bar Society.
Wrap it up.
Landing with this. He's also the ABA delegate for Arizona, the Arizona Bar Association delegate. So he's the top lawyer for all of Arizona, and everything he's done to Adam Smith, he's done to a previous client, and he got disciplined. And his penalty for screwing over his last client the same way as he worked for the prosecution against his client, his penalty.
Sitting up here trying to figure out why I have this guy blocked, and I finally figured it out.
See, there's gatekeepers against me because this is big. It brings down the Masons, but you got a $15,000.
It's because you're freaking crazy. That's why.
So I'm saying truth and fact. I'm saying fact.
Please give down
stop talking now. Gatekeeper. I'll stop talking.
Luke, I'm gonna talk. Luke, here's the deal. This is like the third Manic Monday space. You come in. You don't want to have a discussion. You just want to platform yourself and you want to go deep down a rabbit hole. I'm not even doubting what you're saying is true, but you don't know how to build advocacy. So I'm not really sure you're a one-off. You don't belong to any group that's helping you to do this mission, whatever it is you're doing. I'm going to drop you if you can't be quiet and listen. Okay? I let you up. Actually, I think Kim brought you up, but that's another issue. But the point is, we let you speak, we let you share, you asked a legitimate question, I tried to give you some answers, and then boom, like a racehorse out of the barn, you start diving deep. You go straight into the weeds. So if you're trying to build support for whatever it is you're trying to do, I suggest you come into a space, you talk, you give and take, you let people ask you questions, you build support for whatever it is you're trying to do. I'm not even saying that what you're trying to do is not valid, but you really don't know how to deal with a group of people in a space. Okay, so if you want to stay up and participate in a group conversation, you're welcome to. If you can't, or if you're going to then jump back in and try to, I don't even know what you're trying to do, to be honest. You asked a legitimate question. I gave you a legitimate answer. And then boom, you're off to the races about a Masonic conspiracy and a judicial board. I don't even know what you're talking about, to be honest. So that's just
I'm talking
advice.
about
that's my
judges not being chosen by voters in Arizona. That's why the state.
I got that part of
it's really simple.
You need to read your room. Okay, go ahead.
All right. So can we talk about what we want to talk about now?
No, let him finish. He gets his hand up. I'm going to let him speak, and then I'll decide what to do with him.
Oh my gosh, I just had deja vu.
I came up to try and make friends who would not like to see Arizona to be permanently Democrat controlled by the judiciary.
Shit.
You want to be Democrat dominated. You're controlled opposition. My apologies for hoping there was good.
I'm controlled opposition. You look like a fool.
Can you please?
Yeah, no,
co-host Jen?
I have multiple times. She needs to click on it. All right. Here's the deal.
I suggest everybody block that dope.
Here's the deal. Forget it. Let's just move on.
Hey, can I make a suggestion too? Before people just arbitrarily put stuff in our jumbotron, please give us a heads up first or ask, because there are certain things that we may want to be highlighting.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I agree, and that's one of those things where, unfortunately, there's no way to block speakers from putting stuff in the jumbotron, especially when they
usually it's not an issue, but I mean, I think that's just something we need to kind of do a standard, for going forward.
I agree. Okay, so I sent a co-host invite to Jen. Jen, did you accept it?
I'm actually in Walgreens trying to get last minute things, but I couldn't handle it anymore, so I had to jump up here.
I'm sorry.
I was paying attention. I was getting ready to jump in there, and then Kim beat me to it.
I couldn't take it anymore, but I was doing
I have
stuff.
a low tolerance.
I was letting him talk because I was doing stuff in the background, and then I just was done.
Well, I want to be friends with Luke. I want to be friends with him, but he needs to understand how to make a case. He needs to argue a case, and he needs to know how to get support and build. You start at a really high level, and tell us the bottom line up front. I'm trying to help a guy in Arizona who's being persecuted by the court system. And then we can all help and take it from there. But just talking about all this detail that no one knows anything about, it's just not helpful.
Yes, it's like what I did when I first found out about stuff. I would just vomit information to my friends, and they were like, "You've lost your mind." Wasn't a good look for me.
There's someone with sanity, Andrew. Andrew, it's good to see you, sir. I haven't spoken with you in a long time. You're a pretty down to earth guy, and give us some hope. Give us something positive.
Commander, sometimes I'm down to earth. Let's face it. Sometimes I'm a little bit fired up, but I'm not in one of those moods right now. I'm switching my cards over, so I had to cancel my membership to American Mission, but I'm just switching cards, so I don't know if anybody saw it. Probably not, but I'm going to be resubscribing on a different card, so we're dealing with that. But I just want to put that out there. I mean, the grocery stores around here, I mean, I have a part-time, it's not even it's just like basically a liability. I'll call it an egg farm, a chicken farm, which don't ever try to do that because you're going to lose money and it's not worth it. But our local main grocery store here up in Massachusetts is running out of eggs. Like there's no economy line eggs anymore. I don't know the status as of today, but speaking of last week, all the low, baseline eggs were gone. And then like the $8 a dozen eggs were selling like crazy. And I had one of my customers that buys eggs from us actually come in and notify us that was going on. So I actually called the poultry manager at the the big grocery store chain and just kind of like did a little mini investigation. I actually was just pretending I wanted to buy like 30 or 60 dozen of eggs, and they couldn't provide me with the eggs, and he basically attributed to the bird flu, and he was saying that he puts the order in and only like a small fraction of eggs actually show up. So it's I don't know how serious that's going to get or whatever, but that's that's the case as of right now.
Is that a supply chain thing? Like, is that because I mean, I feel like there's plenty of local farmers that have eggs. So
yeah, it's a supply chain issue. I mean, the main producers are getting hit with the bird flu. So, those farms that can, produce just dozens of like, let's say white eggs, they're putting their hens down because of the bird flu. And then that once you have the bird flu go through it comes from waterfowl. So let's say they're flying over and they land in the field, whatever. Once your flock gets the bird flu, it's like a 99.9% chance the chicken's not going to make it. And then, of course, the way they got it set up, the state is going to come in basically kill the rest of them. But yeah, there are some locals. I mean, I don't know where there's any like main huge big egg producers. There's some small little, backyard operations, and they're starting to get sold out too. And like I was saying, even the higher end eggs are getting bought up like crazy. I mean, if you look at the egg market in general, where are you going to find that amount of protein for, let's say, the old prices, let's say, $2 or $3 a dozen? It was the cheapest form of protein that was out there. So I don't know if that's why the egg sector is getting targeted, or that's why the prices are increasing. But if you're a family in need or whatever, you could make your dollar go the furthest on a dozen eggs. At least you used to be able to. Now the egg prices are becoming, all-time highs again.
Well, I mean, we had the attacks on the chicken coops when they were on fire. That was a couple of years ago. And then now we've got the bird flu coming through. Thank you, Fauci. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering if you're saying that the smaller farms don't have any, like they're starting to run out as well. And I was just thinking like organizations like the Beef Initiative, or, if there is a different supply than these big the big egg producers, if we could supplement.
I'm gonna call foul. See what I did there? I'm going to call foul. We've had wild bird migrations since the beginning of time. So why all of a sudden are the ducks and the geese that are landing on the fields so toxic to the chickens that we have to cull the whole herd when we've had migrating waterfowl for centuries?
Commander, that's a good question. I mean, if you're looking at it from like maybe a weaponized standpoint, maybe they're using those type of birds as the transmission, just kind of like Lyme disease and ticks on deer and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know what the difference is now. I don't know if this has been an ongoing like bird flu thing since the beginning of time, or it's just really starting to hit now. But I mean, it is the thing. I'm not saying I'm like worried about it or like worried about humans, but you can see the headlines starting to get drawn up. But as far as like the real deal poultry aspect, it is a problem, and it's happening. And
no,
I don't know how far it'll go.
I agree with you. I think it's 5th generation warfare.
Yeah, it could be.
Hey, Mr. Philby.
Hi.
Do you have a theory on where the eggs have gone?
Is that what we're talking about? The disappearance of eggs?
For a minute.
Well, I think that there's a secret mission to bring a second Easter to a different part of the world, and they've stolen the eggs and painted them different colors, and they're gonna have people.
What the hell is this Wacky Monday?
They're gonna have children roll them around with their noses in the grass in the southern hemisphere, and bring more people to Christ through the Easter Bunny.
You've been smoking the pipe again, Mr.
I think he must be.
It's as valid a theory as any. All right,
See what you did, Luke?
The Masons are stealing the eggs.
It's the cows. They're eating all the eggs.
It's Jewish space lasers.
It could be any of those.
They've destroyed all the eggs with the Jewish space lasers.
Let's just name every religion, every kind of ideology. It's all them, all them.
Yeah. Why is it that when all of this started, the first thing that becomes an issue in our country is the poultry farmers get nailed, right? You know, they start killing all the chickens. And so we don't have chicken and we don't have eggs.
It's because what Andrew said,
And-
eggs are the quickest and the cheapest way to get protein, or they were.
And so, you know, the price of eggs skyrocket to like $8 a dozen. Okay. And the politicians can no longer promise a chicken in every pot. Now you have to have mRNA hot dogs made from contaminated pork because they're giving pigs shots. We are victims of something that we've allowed to happen, and what needs to happen is that we need better security at our food supply chain. And when people attack our food supply, you know, it should be considered the same as attacking Fort Knox, you know, or a nuclear power plant, or a water processing plant, or an electric, you know, generating facility. You know, you don't get to F with our food. You don't get to screw with our cattle or our pigs or our chickens. You just don't get to do that. And you know, I think that their come to Jesus moment is about to happen. And hopefully they will have evacuated the United States so that we don't have to take vengeance on our soil. And they will never return here again. And I don't have to be guilty of wishing bad things that I will be condemned for as a believer in a higher power, Jesus Christ.
All righty then. Andrew, you want to follow up to that? And then we'll go to Michael.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I don't want to talk too much about myself, but I spent the last 2.5 years trying to establish a farm, okay? And I have other businesses that actually make money because the farm, you're just not going to make any money, at least not for years and years. And the food situation, and it made me realize that the food situation in this country, it's really fragile because, like I said, at 2.5 years, you know, sawing trees and making boards and trying to save money by not, you know, buying lumber. Lumber's outrageous, and the rest of the building supplies. And to do a farm, you need a lot of infrastructure. You need land. You need lots of land. You need to have zoning or some sort of, you know, protocol, zoning policy that you can do a farm. You know, you need a lot of infrastructure built, you know, water that doesn't freeze. The list goes on. And it's not easy to do, and you're not going to make the small farmer in the United States. You're not going to make any money. So somewhere along the line in this country, it's all been diverted to centralized farming and you know, automated machinery. However they do it, like I mean, if you just look at the price eggs, you've
got the same problem with the the cattle industry, where they're trying to they've only got a certain amount of meat packers. So this is definitely by design. And I think that and correct me if I'm wrong, but I've heard quite a bit of information about, this next administration's plan to incentivize the smaller farms. They brought in this expert in regenerative gardening or agriculture. So I think that this transition team has definitely got their eye on the prize, and we're going to see some of these things like what Mr. Philby was talking about as far as increase in security for our food, the making it easier for the small family farm to provide for their area. So I think that this is one of those things that, albeit has been damaged, it could be resilient and turned around pretty quickly through a few removals of regulations and unwinding of this sort of vertical structure that the pork and chicken industry has been put under.
Well, yeah, I mean, you look at what the USDA was doing prior to Trump, and maybe they're still at it, but they're making it so you couldn't cross state lines with cattle and with different animals to get them slaughtered. And some states like this one doesn't even have like a major slaughterhouse, so that was going to be a huge downfall for the farming industry. But who wants the government in your books and in your life at all? And it's unfortunate that the small farmer and the U.S. farmer has to pretty much depend on different grants and stimulus to survive. But beyond that, you almost have to be crazy to try to start a farm, because it's nothing but work, and you're really not going to make any money. So I'm not sure how they fundamentally correct this, because unless you're just looking for a handout from the government. I mean, but the actual marketing conditions, I'm not sure how they're going to change it. And if you look at everything the government ever touched, whether it's Republican or Democrat, it just ends up increasing the price anyway, whether it's housing or whatever. If it's going to be farming, then somehow that's going to increase the food cost. So I don't have all I don't know, but
that's why I said remove regulations, right? We need to remove a lot of this stuff and unwind this stuff so that the farms themselves can then, you can do it without doing subsidies. You can, give breaks on land or on taxes. You don't have to give handouts. You can make it easier to start and have a farm that actually will sustain not only your family, but provide for the community. And that's going to be through business, right? And through free capital, right? Or free enterprise. So that is, his wheelhouse and the administration that he's putting in there. It's just right now, we are seeing Biden and that administration do everything they possibly can to fuck up as much as they possibly can until the 20th at noon. I mean, they're probably going to go up until 11:59 p.m. a.m. It's just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, and I'll just say one more thing, and then I'll probably step down and listen for a while. But I mean, when I went up to the northern border last year, and I've been up through Canada many times, but I took a trip out to the eastern Canada above Vermont because I just wanted to see that side of the border. The Canadian farms are pretty pristine as far as new silos, new equipment, and I don't know what they're getting for subsidies or whatnot, but I just noticed that the Canadian farmers up there, their farms are operational, their silos are new, their machinery is new, they're working. You see the farms working. As soon as you go into Vermont, and basically all through Vermont, and obviously in the United States, the farms are dilapidated, the equipment's run down, it looks like the silos are going to fall over. So, and a lot of the farms are just shut down. So I don't know exactly how they're going to fix it, but my goats won't even eat a Canadian pine tree. Like all the Canadian farms up there bring down the Christmas trees to the United States, like where you see them at the hardware store, different things like that around here. The goats will not eat the Christmas tree from Canada. And I never knew that because I never really had goats before now, but it's a little weird if you ask me. They won't touch a Canadian tree. So I don't know what they're doing to these trees when they ship them down, whether they're flooding with whatever to keep them, green longer or whatever they're doing, but the goats won't eat it. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Nowadays, who knows? What's up, Michael?
Hey, good afternoon. I have really good breaking news. Alpha Warrior just posted at 3:46 that he has won his case, his J6 case. So I'll just read his tweet real quick. He says, "We won. The government has dismissed the J6 case against me today. I did my best to keep my composure in this video, but obviously there's a lot of emotions today. I'll be covering my story in depth live tomorrow morning on Kyle Serapin's show and Friday night with Pirate Radio at Real Person Politics, and look for an article soon with at CanCon Actual. There are so many of you to thank, and I will do my best to thank you all over the next few days. Just know that my heart is very grateful reaching every one of you. These three men have become my brothers." And then he posted a 7-minute video. The tweet and video are in the bubble and in the Jumbotron. So if you wanted to play it, you can. If not, then it's a little long. But I just wanted to let everybody know that happened. And I know a lot of us are friends with Alpha, so that's big, cool news.
Oh, I'm so happy for him. See, things are starting to happen. They're not happening as fast as we would like them to, but I think that, again, we're either going to be all right and we're going to get through this thing, or we're not. So I'm trying to not just lose my crap about all the stuff that's happening, because, I mean, that freaking guy can't get out of that house quick enough.
I know. The other funny news that I heard today was about Norm Eisen and Jen Rubin. Jen Rubin has left her position at the Washington Post, and
she was fired, wasn't she?
What's that? I don't know. I don't know how she left, but in her letter, she's announced that she's now starting. Well, they called it a media outlet with Norm Eisen. It's really just a Substack with them. I guess they're going to have their own little news from Jen Rubin and Norm Eisen, so that should be hilarious.
Oh, I can't wait. We'll have lots and lots of material from that.
Yes.
Well, I did, when ALX put out that she was let go, I tweeted out the garbage fill picture of her, Jen
Nice.
Rhino Rubin.
Oh my goodness.
You know, just because a lot of people, hopefully all of them, get pardoned after the 20th of January, we can't let up. We have to track all these people in DOJ under the Biden DOJ that did all this over the last 4 years. We cannot let them just slink off and disappear in the sunset. We have to track them. We have to actively keep track of where they're going, what nonprofits, what law firms, all the things they're doing peacefully. Okay, I'm saying peacefully, but we cannot let them just disappear. We need to keep the pressure on until there's justice.
I have a question. Can we play the same game the Democrats did and bring state charges against all of them?
You asking me? I'm not the one to ask on that. I saw JP down below, but I think he dropped out. He would have been a good person to answer that. Anyone else want to answer?
I mean, I think we got to find a state that's got a governor and an attorney general that's willing to form grand juries and go after them.
Well, you have
Louisiana, Texas.
You have to be able to have actual credible charges that you can bring against them at the state level that they can be convicted of. I mean, you can't just, charge them.
Fifth and Sixth Amendment violations.
Well, yeah, but they did that in the District of Columbia, so that's a problem. You have to find something that they did outside of the District of Columbia. I mean, you can certainly make their lives miserable.
No, I'm going to push back on you, Chris. I think if you're let's say you're a citizen of the state of Texas, and the DOJ, arrested you, threw you in the DC gulag, you have violated a Texas citizen's civil rights, and the state of Texas should be able to go after the federal government for violating their citizens because we have dual sovereignty.
Well, yes and no, because federal constitution is the supreme law. But that individual person certainly has the ability to go after DOJ in the sense that their civil rights were violated, and I think what's eventually going to happen here is that you're going to see a massive class action lawsuit against the federal government for damages for all these people, for their legal fees, for intentional infliction of emotional distress, for any number of different things, for unlawful imprisonment, especially for this core group that's been stuck for literally 4 years and without a trial. And these people that were forced into these plea bargains based on felonies that were found by the Supreme Court not to be even applicable. The civil rights division of the Justice Department is going to be really really busy. I think that probably interested in a settlement rather than taking it to trial, because that's something that would be pretty protracted, given the amount of people that are involved in it. You've got well over 1,000 people, probably getting close to 2,000, since they're actually to this day still going out to try to look for people, even though the prosecuting attorney in the District of Columbia has resigned. It's a really bad thing. Use of state law to go after these people is something that they can do if they find a state violation of state law, and they can make their lives miserable with that. But they need to have something that they can actually prosecute them for and make it stick.
No, just give them the process. The process is the punishment. They invented that. They've proven that over the last couple of decades. The process is the punishment, so they should experience the process like everyone else.
But why should we lower ourselves to their level?
Because they'll do it again. And they'll get away with it, and they'll make it worse the next time.
Well, what we should do is we should put laws on the books to make that not possible to happen again.
Oh, and then you can have corrupt lawyers and judges like the D.C. Circuit that violates FISA law.
Well, no,
and commit crimes.
What you do is you get a Republican House of Representatives to grow a set and impeach these people that are on the DC bench, and set an example that we don't care that you have a lifetime appointment. You're going to suffer the consequence. It's in the Constitution. Your ass is out of there.
I like that route. Let's go that way.
And so, before you decide to travel down this road again and err on the side of tyranny, your lifetime appointment disappears. And that is what needs to happen. They need to see the consequence that is is left to the Congress in the Constitution. Now, there was rumor that these people were drugged in front of the Judiciary Committee in private and told that they had grossly overstepped their authority, and they were warned not to play in that sandbox, and they continue to do it. So, you know, they need to be punished in a way that the Constitution outlines, and it, you know, it's a public trial in the Senate, and we've seen federal judges removed before. It's not pretty when it happens, and I think that when other federal judges see their colleagues removed from the bench, or at the very least have their records stained with an impeachment, you know, it makes them think twice before they travel down a road of entertaining a prosecutor that's out of control. You know, there are plenty of judges that have things, you know, have cases presented to them that are not good cases, that say, no, I'm not interested in entertaining your theory because it's a flawed theory.
Chris,
Now,
I love you. I think you're awesome. But how many federal judges have been impeached in the last 50 years?
well, you have one that became a congressman from your great state of Florida. His name was Alcee Hastings.
3 judges. You telling me we've only had 3 corrupt judges in all the federal, just the federal?
Well, that now we know a lot more than we did then. So let's get back in there and then figure out, you know,
Well,
we got to drop the hammer. We got to drop the hammer. That's what Commander's saying. Right, Commander?
Yeah, you're more optimistic in the way you speak. So I'll let you speak for me. Much better.
Well, there was also judges that ignored orders from the Supreme Court. What I think is that we should send all these corrupt judges to lunch with Hillary, if you get my drift.
A peaceful lunch.
Extremely peaceful.
are you saying that maybe we can convert Hillary and bring her to our side? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying, you know, they have lunch with Hillary and suddenly they just don't want to live peacefully anymore.
Hey, watch it. She has a presidential medal that's like the second highest medal that the president can award. So you better watch it. She's coming back, by the way.
No, that's the highest one that
she's
the
coming
president.
back. She's going to run in against J.D. Vance.
That's the highest award that the president can give on his own.
A civilian.
Yeah, the one that he awards to members of our armed services for that you're referring to is that comes from the Congress of the United States. It's just presented by the president.
All right, so you just made my case. It's even worse that Hillary got it. All right, we got some hands here.
Yep, I think that with Pizzagate, she's not going to get anywhere near it. So, all right, let's go to Kelly, and then we'll go to Tuzar, and then Andrew.
Hello. Excuse me. Thank you. And I still have a voice, I think. I just want to let everybody know that, hold on a second. All righty then. Okay. We're live streaming.
Guess what going on?
I need a cough button. One of those guys should use the mute button. Okay. So we're live streaming on X Live, Rumble, QUX TV, Pills, Kick, and YouTube. And all the links are in the purple pill, and feel free to just stop by any of those platforms, give us a like and a follow. Appreciate it. Thanks. Bye.
I said that earlier, but my mic was off.
Can we still wish Kelly a happy birthday?
Yes, happy birthday, Kelly. In real voice.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a better day today than it was Saturday. Yep. I need like a big old like Ford Ram or something, some big old truck, because my car sits too low to the ground, so it got stuck in snow a few times. But an guardian angel, is sending me a shovel because I didn't have a shovel.
Or you can just move to Florida and you don't have to deal with that anymore.
Yeah, that's my mid-range plan here.
Is it going to be an American Mission shovel?
Oh, we need those.
Oh,
Chris.
we need to get some American Mission snow shovels, Chris.
Chris, you got to do it. Wait.
Happy birthday, Kelly.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you for all the well wishes that people sent me.
Upstart, do you want to go?
Next was Tuzar. Am I not saying that right? Tuzar?
I don't even see him.
He's got his hand up.
I don't see him either.
Maybe he can't hear me. Yeah, the space has been pretty glitchy.
I see hands. I see Andrew. Actually, I'm looking at my laptop. So we got upstanding and Andrew who have their hands up.
I don't see anybody else. Just those two.
I don't see upstanding, but I see Tuzar and Andrew.
Upstanding was first and then Andrew, I think.
Correct.
Well, one of them go.
Hello, everybody. From the great state of Kansas here. I'd like to touch on what Andrew had to say earlier. If we look at corporatization, they're corporatizing a lot of our farms. A farmer is nothing but a person that goes and works the ground, goes out and collects the eggs, and then they're compensated by the government. I've worked on millions of farms, and when I was a kid, and I watched how they forced the regular person out and made one person into a corporatization. Well, if we look at that, I've been an American Welding Society inspector, and go to touch on what he was saying with the ABA, the American Bar Association. It's almost the same as what I have. My license, you cannot go against anybody else that has that same license. The only thing you can say is, well, maybe that's misconduct, or maybe we need to look into that a little deeper, but we can't press no charges on them. The only thing we can do is say, well, you did that wrong. Because if you go against somebody that has the same license as what you do, you're downplaying. And you cannot downplay anybody that has that same qualification. But go back to what Andrew was saying, when they prioritize or they take and they put these farms into their control, what is it doing? I mean, look at what the voting map has. When the voting map is taking our cities and turning them into Democrat controlled. Well, what's that? They'll be able to choke us off eventually. I mean, I live out here in the rural area of the world, and what they do is they choke you down. They're going to control your oil. They're going to control your gas. They're going to control your eggs. They're going to control your soybeans. They're going to control your corn. They're going to control your birds. They're going to control everything that you have worked your butt off for, and they're going to take that away, which then leaves you to succumb to them. And with that, I'll yield.
I'm so glad that we got President Trump in there, though, because that seems so bleak. And I think that that's how it's been for a really long time. And I think that we know that now. And again, it's going to be painful. But at least we can get in that direction. We can get going in that direction. We can start. I mean, honestly, they should be pulling 10 laws a day off the books. They need to, the fact that, you can't do this to the same person's got the same type of license as you, that's bullshit. If they're doing something wrong, then they need to be, if they're breaking the law, they need to be charged. That's it. We have great laws. We have too many of them, but we do have good laws that have been litigated and that have been, tried and tested and are true. And all we got to do is follow those and get rid of the ones that are nonsense.
Hey, Kimberly, I agree with that last caller too. And I wanted to talk about J6, but to go back to what he said, you can't put in a gas stove in new construction in some areas. They won't let you put in a gas stove. Could you imagine working your whole life building whatever and you can't put in a gas stove? And in Massachusetts, they outlawed the sales of RVs. You cannot go and buy an RV now in the state, and to be damned, the people that actually have an RV business and make money off of whatever whatever goes along with RV business. There's not that many.
Andrew, what was the reason for that?
It's green energy. It's whatever bullshit that they come up with. And I can't see hands or anybody on stage. The last person said that it's to control you. They're just controlling you any way they can, and maybe it makes them, their ego get out of control. Whatever the case may be. But you can't buy RVs. It's like that's the great, and it happens to be the most American thing. RVs and truck driving and like anything American. The guy that eats a steak, whatever it is, they've destroyed it all. But I'll leave it there for now. I'm gonna raise my hand again because I had other things to talk about. But yeah, it's kind of controlling. Obviously it's controlling. You can't put in a gas stove. That's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And the people sit back. They don't do much about it. They don't really. So many people. Massachusetts is in the top 5 states in the United States that people are moving out of because it's absolutely out of control. The property taxes in Boston have doubled because of their policies. There's illegal invaders, and I don't call them immigrants. I'm not apologizing for it. If it hurts your feelings, I don't care. They're invaders. There's people with AR-15s and enough fentanyl to kill 500,000 people. Just 5 minutes from here, there's illegal invaders getting arrested because they've raped someone, or the rest of it. It's happening every single day, and we haven't even gotten started with this. They have no backgrounds because they came in illegally. There's no backgrounds for them. There's no database for people that are coming out of Guatemala and the rest of it. So I don't know where I was going at, but it's out of control. The control that these politicians are trying to put on us. I hope Tom Homan really is serious, and this will go into the J6 at some point. I hope Tom Homan really is serious with going to arrest these politicians. Maura Healey and Mayor Wu in Massachusetts is a prime example. Maura Healey bet on Kamala Harris to win. That's why she was speaking at the DNC. That's why a lot of Massachusetts politicians were speaking at the DNC. But she really put all of her eggs in Kamala's basket, and it didn't turn out well. So she's going to have to deal with that now. And they're hiding the funding. They're hiding what is going on in what they call Healy hotels now, because they're all stacked up in hotels all over Massachusetts. Okay, you can go there. I've spent a night specifically to look at these places, these invader compounds that are getting new roofs that are probably hundreds of thousands of dollars. And the list goes on. They drive the same cars, and who knows what dealership they're coming from and what insurance agency is insuring the building. Like, it's deep. They need to go in, get the people, get the information, and do what they've said. And I'm not going to be critical of the Trump administration, even though J.D. Vance's words about people, nonviolent J6 people really irritated me. I've been a very quiet, staunch supporter of MAGA since 2011, believe it or not, and took a lot of heat. And I'm not going to go through my whole little stupid amateur resume, but I hope they do what they said. I hope that they get these J6 people out of prison on day one, like they said. We all know that people that committed violence didn't really commit violence. They might have hit somebody's shoe or tapped somebody wrong or whatever the case may be as they're getting attacked in a lot of cases. And for JD to come out like that really irritated me. I'll leave it like that because people get uncomfortable when you start. But here's the deal. Post-election, like I'm not going to be a divider or anything like that, but I wouldn't say anything against anything before Trump was elected because I didn't want to jeopardize that at all. And I'm not going to say a lot right now, but somebody needs to, hold people accountable, at least in a very, peaceful conversation, because they need to do these things. We need to have these deportations. We're not talking about just the violent offenders or the rapists. They all need to go back. They're right there in the hotels. They're right there, even in a prison in Norfolk, Mass, where I did an interview and I went to a little protest in the town nearby. They're already in the prison. It's the Bay State Correctional Facility that they spent X amount of dollars, a bunch of dollars on to rehab the facility. And they put the illegal invaders in there. They're already in prison. All you have to do is shut the gate. Like, it's not going to be hard to do in a lot of situations, even though ICE doesn't allow, the Mass Supreme Court doesn't allow the sheriffs and the DAs to hold illegal invaders in jail because apparently it's against Massachusetts state law. So there's so many obstacles, and even the Mass State Police won't. They've already declared that they're not going to participate. ICE needs to get into Mass. We need a lot of federal agents, and this is ground zero for a lot of it. But I hope the administration does what they're supposed to do with the J6 people and the deportation, because we've been promised a lot, and I don't want to felt like it's not getting done, because I'll have to turn my back on the whole thing at some point in the next 4 years if it doesn't. So thanks, Commander.
Absolutely. And I just second what you said. That was perfect. I'm right with you, Andrew. I agree.
On that note, we got to get him in there, which is coming up this weekend. And, I think it's going to be a great time. We got a lot of good stuff going on. Some of our fun people are going to be there. And so we got to get him in there first. I think that he is, I know there is so much that we are looking to, not only him, but his whole team to do. And we want results right away. And we have got to give him patience and grace to get it done. And we've got a lot to do, right? It's not just him and his team. We've got to stay on that top of them. Commander's talking about, we need to follow these people. We need to keep up with them. We need to see what's going on. We need to be watching the legislation. We've got 2 confirmation hearings tomorrow that are important. Pete Hegseth and who was the other one? Oh, I don't remember. But
I don't know. They're
Jen
doing all of them in the next weekend or 2, right?
Yeah. So Jen put the schedule in our text group. I'll copy it and put it in the bubble. But yes, got a lot going on, and I think that it's good for us to prioritize things because, we need him to pardon the J6ers right away. We've got to get this food issue under control. We've got to get these illegals out. We've got to get the COVID, investigations going again, or the indictments. I want to see indictments. I think we've done enough investigating on a lot of this stuff. So I do think that they should start pulling down indictments or subpoenaing and getting them. I don't know. Something's got to happen.
I agree with you, Kim. And tomorrow it's Doug Collins for Veteran Affairs, Pete Hegseth for Defense, and Doug Burgum for the Interior. And the other thing I wanted to bring up, Kim, if you're still with us, is you pointed out to me actually yesterday some of the shadiness that's going on down in Texas, and with that speaker race, I think I don't know if I'm going to explain this correctly, but basically we got Republicans that are trying to work with Democrats to vote in a Republican that's going to win with more Democrat votes than Republicans instead of the guy that they want. And to that note, I just put down in the bubble, Ken Paxton is going to be in X Spaces tonight. 9:30, we might be in a meeting, but I definitely want to go back and listen to that because Ken Paxton's the man, and I want to hear what he has to say, and I love that he's coming to X to talk about the speaker race.
Well, that'll just give us incentive to get done quickly.
Exactly.
Maybe we'll pipe it into the meeting.
There you go.
All right, so I am grabbing that thing and I'm going to put it out here. What's going on with Texas is there's basically 5 guys that control the House, and they want to install their guy again. And it's that Phelan guy, Dan Phelan, I believe is his name.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I think he's got ties to George P. Bush.
Is he the drunk?
I think so.
The guy that was like literally like hammered when giving, official statements or speaking.
Yes,
and I think they tried to impeach Ken Paxton a couple years back.
Yeah. That was so. That was one of the really cool things about Spaces was when Ken Paxton was absolved and he was actually allowed to talk. He came into Spaces and told his side of the story because nobody could really hear his side of the story, and it was crazy. What's up, Chris?
Am I misreading?
Whoa.
He's going on with Sarah Gonzalez, by the way. I don't know if anybody knows her.
I don't know who's Sarah Gonzalez.
Her bio says host of Sarah Gonzalez Unfiltered, Blaze TV, Texas Scorecard. So I don't know, but that's who's hosting the space for Ken tonight.
Yeah, I don't know if you all covered the breaking news yet about the inaugural.
Well, that's going to be my new home state Speaker of the House. JP's moving to Texas.
Oh, you're finally doing it, huh?
How you doing? Yeah, we're finally doing it. How you guys doing? Good to hear from you.
Come down here, JP. Come to Florida.
We're going to be near my wife's mom and dad about that time.
Yeah,
so
Texas had one up on us. Sorry, Commander.
Sorry, guys. Otherwise, I probably would. But the wife's family is all in South Texas there, and I'm looking forward to it. So I've been just getting the house ready and doing some stuff. But really, what I'm doing this week is in Washington, D.C. And I'm like already, but I'm thinking like
See, rugging?
He's rugging for me. Rugging for me.
Going to be like, is it going to
JP, you're rugging bad.
crazy?
JP, why don't we bring you down and bring you back up, okay? We can't hear you.
Chris had breaking news.
I don't see Chris now.
Oh man, he got his feelings hurt and left. He took his toys and went home.
He probably left because he thought we couldn't hear him. But JP couldn't hear Chris, apparently.
Right.
What's going on with X Spaces now?
All right, send an invite to JP. If he can find that, we'll get him back up, and hopefully his connection will be better.
Oh, there's Chris. You want to co-host Jen or Chris?
Yeah. So can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. JP, can you hear Chris?
Yeah, sorry about that, Chris. I'm driving. I didn't hear you.
No, that's all right. I'm used to being.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go. Where's the violins? Man.
Never misses an opportunity for that
We're
guilty.
turning the Manic Monday into a pity party.
No, but
Chris.
seriously, I want to know if you covered this inaugural breaking news.
Just spit it out. Stop teasing us.
All right. Well, I kept getting talked over, so I mean, there wasn't any tease. But Ilhan Omar will not be attending.
She knows something we don't.
So we will be denied the tears of Ilhan Omar, and I am personally offended by that.
You know, I was gonna make a joke, but then a thought came in my head that maybe Antifa is gonna do something, and she knows already.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. It's like, does she know something we don't?
You think there's some Somalian cat eating terrorists that are going to come in from Ohio or what?
No, it's domestic idiots. That's the useful idiots in America that are going to do something.
I mean, yeah, every time that you hear her refer to her country, it's not the United States. It's another country, which is Somalia.
Well, we brought her in.
Well, you know, there's a country within a state in Minnesota, and it's not a good thing that we have these I don't know what you would call them.
Islamic conclaves?
Yeah, well, that might be one of the things that you might want to call them. Yeah.
Did they institute Sharia law?
No, they're not really allowed to do that.
Well, they're not a quote unquote allowed, quote unquote.
Yeah.
They probably the banking though.
Well, as long as they comply with the banking laws of the state, they can probably get away with that. But they can't. They can't do the Sharia law because that's unconstitutional.
Well, they can do it amongst themselves.
Well, if somebody shows up at the hospital and they're missing a hand, they're going to have to splain, Lucy.
It's the
JP.
part.
JP, were you gonna just share your good news about Texas, or were you gonna comment on some of the discussion?
Now you're cutting off for me. Let me get to my destination, and I'll come back up.
Hi, Jen. How are you today?
I'm good. Did everybody hear that Alpha Warriors charges all got dropped?
Yes, it's up in the Jumbotron. We posted his 7-minute video.
Great.
And he's going to have, according to Mike, he's going to have a space later, and he's going to give us more details.
He's going to be on the Kyle Serapin show tomorrow morning. And just so if people weren't following him closely, he had already had the non-criminal portion dropped. And so today was the official criminal portion got completely dropped. So he's a free man. His rights are restored. And he fought it. Everyone told him to take a plea, and he knew he was right, and he fought it all the way. And today he's officially free.
So he doesn't need a pardon. He just needs a soapbox.
If everybody could retweet the space, that'd be awesome. And then I put up in the nest the RSVP for the Patriot Awards if you're going to be in DC on Saturday between 12 p.m. and 3 p.m. at the National Press Club. Please send an email to the patriotawards@gmail.com and we will get you signed up, or just DM me. Thanks.
Andrew, go ahead.
I was just, I'm glad Alpha Warrior got his, case dropped. That's awesome. Every one of us has paid some sort of price a little bit. I'm not saying that I paid a heavy price, but Alpha Warrior did. Jen, everyone that's really stood up for anything has paid such a heavy price. I mean, I remember on J6 that night at about 7:00. I left the Willard at 5:59, 1 minute before the curfew technically went into effect, and started live streaming from the Willard down. And I ended up walking all the way back to the Capitol and was on the west side. Realized that there was the National Guard line was right in front of the Capitol. It took me a minute. I was actually a little bit not behind, but on the side behind the police line. Got myself in the front because I wanted to like videotape everything and do kind of get the live stream keep going. But there's an individual there that was still protesting, and I was filming him, and I was there till about 7:20, and reports that I read, years after, I didn't even know this. I thought he was actually maybe a Fed or something because he had an earpiece in. But at 7:30, they ended up arresting him because he had a sidearm on him, and they arrested him, and he got 7 years in jail. So I don't think he was a violent protester or anything. I know he went into the Capitol from some of the articles I read, but. Will he get pardoned? He was a veteran. I think he lives over in Maryland. I don't remember his name, but will he get pardoned? And all these questions. I hope he does. I mean, he's a veteran. He didn't commit any violence. He had a firearm on him, but I don't know what that entails. So it's going to be a tricky situation, and I hope there's like a huge, massive team kind of working on it. I'm sure there is, but that are just looking into every single person that is ever charged, and I hope a massive database comes out as far as like who was and who wasn't, because I have some photos of my own that other people on J6 reported that there's Ukrainian soldiers there. All right, and I don't know if the U.S. is ready to deal with what comes out of that day, but there was Ukrainian soldiers there. Okay, there was getting people that were changing, basically costumes or appearance underneath trees. They were standing right next to me. Like I was watching them. I wish I had more video of different things, but there's so many more questions. We're still on the second speaker here of the House that has not released the videos. So there's a lot coming that needs to come out here, and I don't know it all, but I know I have some pictures, and I think people need to know who got charged and who didn't, like who did the crimes and who was still out there, because I'd like to know if some individuals that I was watching ever got charged with different things, because they're just interesting people, and I'm not going to get into it too far right now, but there's a lot of questions to be had. So I hope it all comes out. I really do, and I hope people get pardoned. I mean, the people that so-called committed violence, they've already been in jail for 4 years, if not. I mean, they've done enough time. You have illegal invaders in New York City that wrestle police officers, and they're literally let out of jail 2 days later. It's beyond ridiculous. A lot of these people are veterans. They've done their service to the country, and let's hope I'm not for blanket pardons. I'm not going down that road, but I hope things are really getting looked into, Commander. Thank you, Jennifer and Kimberly. Thank you.
And I agree with what Kim's approach was. I think we're all pissed. We all want to see a lot done. But not only do we need to get President Trump in, but I mean, we've got all these nominations that we got to get in. I think going into any kind of detail and talking about, pardoning every single person in detail before we even get our own people in is a little bit premature. But I know, like, I've heard from Trump's mouth that he says,
well, you're not sitting in jail. You're not sitting in jail rotting away.
No. I hear you. But he said day one, within the first hour, he's going to start pardoning people. So, I mean, I do believe that will be done. And
he even said that even the ones that did have violent offenses, that he's going to look at all. He's going to look at them all. So we just, right. I know it's getting to the point where we're starting to get very impatient, but we got to let it play out.
Remember, in the Democrat world, words are violence.
Always bringing in the good wisdom there, Craig. It's going to be a party.
So, Kim, when are you heading to DC?
I think we're starting on the 16th. Get awesome. There on the 17th.
Awesome.
No, we're leaving Friday.
Wait, what? When are we leaving?
Thursday late night. My mom gets in at 10 o'clock. So on Thursday. That was the only flight we could get her.
Okay.
So we're going to drive fast.
How about you, Kimmy?
I'm going with them.
Jen, do you want to give any kind of like a rundown of what's going on, what you guys have going on with the Patriot Awards and everything? Or no?
I can't do it right now if someone else wants to do it. I did put it up in the nest, all the information. So just all you have to do, Saturday, January 18th, 12 to 3 p.m. at the National Press Club. Bannon will be there. And he is going to be streaming War Room live from the Patriot Awards, among other great guests. And I know Neil McCabe is coming up. He can help me out with this. Go ahead, Neil. Maybe Neil's not up here.
Hey, hello. Hey,
Oh,
just
go ahead, Neil.
I did get an email from the press club today, and I'm just going to read it straight. I wanted to make sure you were aware that the press club is in the red zone for inauguration weekend, and they've already started to close streets to vehicles downtown. You should recommend your attendees allow extra time to get downtown, and they should take the metro. I would recommend Metro Center, which is right around the corner from the press club, in order to get there, or plan on parking many blocks away and walking to the club. I'll send you the QR code to send your guests shortly. So basically, we'll have a QR code that people can use to get into there's it's not a turnstile, but it's kind of like when you go through onto the metro and you have to like put in your card or swipe your metro card. There's kind of there's kind of that kind of security just to get into the press club. And so I just want to pass on that. The press club itself, we're going to open the bar at 11:30. The program should start around 12. Like just a hello and grace, and then meal service, and then around 2 o'clock, or excuse me, around 1 o'clock, we start, give a little, welcome, like a keynote address, and then start handing out awards, and should be a hoot. It's the arugula salad, baked stuffed chicken with vegetables. And the dessert will be the chocolate lava cake.
Wait, so I don't need to ask people for their food preferences?
I ordered 10 vegan meals.
Okay, I've already had 2 requests, so take 2 off of that list.
No. So it's like I'll just have 10 vegans set aside, then people can just in case for whatever. And then they'll be I'm sure they'll be scrumptious. I don't know, Jen, if you want, it's like there's going to be overflow for people we could have overflow for people who aren't eating, but I guess we'll make that decision as you come up with the numbers, where we stand. But it's going to, I remember 8 years ago, it was really difficult to get around that sort of red zone. And so people should not assume that they can just Uber someplace. They'll drop you off and you'll walk a mile. That's why the metro is so key. That's all I had, Jen.
Thanks, Neil.
What's the station?
The major thing is if you are having people come or you're inviting people, if you can just have them respond to the email, right? That's literally what I need them to do, is just respond to the email. So this way, like Neil is saying, with the QR code that our attendees are going to need to get into the building, I'll be able to have that line of communication with them through email. So if we can just get everybody to respond to that email, that is so helpful.
Could you repeat the metro station that is the best for the press club?
Yeah, I would say that Metro Center would be the best. Navy Memorial would also work. but you'd have to walk, 3 or 4 blocks. The press club is like 1 block away from the Treasury building, and the Treasury building is next to the White House. So if you're familiar with the bar called the Hamilton, it's kind of kitty cornered from the Hamilton. So if you don't know the address of the press club, you can basically just go to the Hamilton. But Metro Center is the best.
Our Airbnb is steps from the Metro. You know what Mr. Philby said? He goes, well, how many steps?
Close enough. Close enough.
I'm reading again from the press club email. This just came in 3 minutes ago. There is also a large fence in front of the 14th Street entrance. Your guests will have to enter the building on 14th Street, but they can enter on F Street between 14 and 13. There's basically 2 entrances to the press club. One of them is on the slope by that liquor store. And the other one is across the street. I forget the name of that cigar bar. Across the street from that cigar bar that everybody talks about. And yeah, so there's going to be fencing and stuff, but you'll be able to figure it out.
I'm excited. JP, are you to where you need to be?
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I am here. I have arrived. What's going on?
When are you getting to DC?
I'm debating on going Friday night or just leaving early Saturday morning because it's about a 3-hour drive for me. I'm looking forward to it. Packing for a long weekend. We got all day Saturday. We got something Saturday night. We got the rally on Sunday, inauguration Monday. Whew. Better stay hydrated. Get in some shape. Been on the treadmill this week, getting ready, baby.
I did yoga to get ready.
You should come down.
Probably Saturday, JP, because we'll get there Saturday.
JP, you should come down on a train.
I got my Suburban, and I prefer to have a vehicle. So I can, I like to be able to get out when I want to get out. My battle station.
Jen, we're getting there on Friday, aren't we?
No, Kim. Or yeah. Wait, no, yes. I'm getting my days mixed up.
Friday the 17th.
Yes, we'll be there Friday the 17th.
Kim, do you have the apartment on Friday?
Yes.
Ooh, okay. I got to noodle on something here.
Noodle away.
We're only 163 hours from Trump being president, guys. Just so you know the time.
Where is your or Kim? Just text me where your Airbnb is, please.
Okay, I'll see if they've given me the actual address yet.
Or just the area. Is it in DC?
It's in
Georgetown,
Alexandria. Yeah.
Wait, it's in Alexandria, Georgetown. Those are 2 completely different places.
I don't know what's over there.
I think it's Alexandria.
Yeah.
It's right across the river. Near the Navy Yard.
It's in the Beltway. It's in the Beltway somewhere.
Are we doing a Friday night pregame? We're doing a little Friday night pregame celebration?
Of course.
Oh, baby. Let's go.
I mean, we've got to get our strategy right.
Exactly. So what do you guys think about this inauguration weekend? I mean, are you having some, what are you thinking about, like, for the day?
The fact that Ilhan Omar's not going means, does she know something we don't know?
I heard that before. That's kind of funny, or it could be a red flag. I hope not. God forbid. My wife is like, make sure your life insurance is paid up. I want the secret phrases, your seed phrases to all your crypto wallets laid out. You got to have everything ready for me. Oh my God.
That sounds like a setup.
Don't be so morbid.
I always leave my master password behind just in case. You never know.
I did hear this morning that there will be an additional 4,000 police officers that are coming in from out of town to help the security on Inauguration Day, for whatever that's worth. Don't know where they're coming from, but they said that they were volunteers. So
that means there are people.
Okay.
Maybe.
What do you think if I have a drone that I use just to get up high and take some cool pictures? No drones?
I'm pretty sure they're outlawed in DC.
Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to have them at all.
God damn it. Oh, well. I would just fly.
Right, because of the flight path and the restricted airspace, I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to have.
Yeah,
but
I would say a big fat no.
I would just like make it go up like 40 feet straight over my head just to get a high picture, like not fly it around.
Especially New Jersey drones,
Well, it's a New Jersey drone, that's for sure. Yeah, it's just top secret, man. It's that China anti-gravity tech and everything like that.
Yeah, right from the sub.
What you need is the insect drone, so nobody can really see it.
The pigeon drones.
Do the insect drones really exist?
Yes, they do.
Are they like bees?
I don't know what kind of. It's just a mechanical bug with the camera.
They've been around for years now, right?
I don't know how long they've been around, but
it's been a while.
Top of secret.
Okay, I have a story. I have a bug story. I actually was sitting on my porch this summer, and there was a bee, like a bumblebee, that was literally just hovering like straight in front of me. It would just fly around me and it would just stare at me, like right in front of me. And finally, I'm like looking right at it, and I said, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to wave. And so I waved right at it, and immediately it flew away.
No, Rose. I had one of those mysterious drones fly right past my house. One of the, whatever the drone situation is, literally flew past my living. I'm on the side of a ridge, 600 feet out. It flew right past my house on in November there. So I don't know.
Well, I was talking about the bee drone, but it was really kind of weird, actually, because this stupid bumblebee was just it was just flying around me. It was really weird, but bumblebees do that, so I'm not going to go too conspiratorial today.
It's all fun and games until they sting you.
Well, I know that whole thing with Gates has been surfacing again with the mosquitoes. So,
I also wanted to share that Renee DiResta was on Deep State Radio today talking about their new strategy on the problems with all of X and everything else, in which they're going to start promoting that all social media is just entertainment and that it will not be viewed as a news source whatsoever. Just want to let everybody know.
Yeah. Oh, because they're so in charge. It's crazy.
For entertainment purposes only. That's how you get around being able to say crazy shit without actually saying it. Thank you, Democrats, for just
opening the door.
Doing what we have been doing.
But USA Today is still a proper source. Oh,
well, she, no rest for the weary. She's still going.
I thought the Washington Post was like the real source of everything true.
Poor Jen Rubin. All right. I see some hands. I do see Andrew and I see Rick. And yes, JP, it is Kelly's birthday.
I just wanted. Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. It was Saturday, but I'll take all the greens now because Saturday was a bad day. So yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Happy birthday. I just texted my wife. I said, we really need to go to the inauguration. I listen to you guys and I'm like, we really need to go to inauguration. And then spell check through party right on the end of it on its own. I didn't even do anything. It said inauguration party, and I had to text her back saying like I didn't mean party. I just meant the inauguration. But report came in with the Metro because obviously you're not going to get a room, near Freedom Plaza or the White House or anywhere around there. And I've been checking rooms down there for the last like 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. And obviously they're, $2,000, $3,500 a night with 3-room minimum. And, it's out of reach for somebody like me. And plus I'm sure they're all booked up already. So the Metro was a good advice coming on the Metro. I don't know the Metro system whatsoever. Last minute, you're probably going to have a hard time finding a room anywhere. I mean,
actually, there's quite a bit because a lot of people have like canceled or given up their rooms because they maybe booked them before the election in some cases. But there's quite a bit of Airbnbs and VRBOs and a couple for under $500 a night.
Well, that's pretty encouraging. I mean, under 500 a night, that's really cool because, I mean, Dustin and Jen with the statue of Trump with the bronze and everything. Listen, I'm not like a professional.
It's once in a lifetime opportunity, Andrew. It's never going to happen again.
Professional metal guy by any means. I work with other, materials and stuff, but I know enough about metal, how hard it is, and even how fragile it can be with different weight circumstances. And I specialize in moving heavy things for a living, on the roadways. And that's a feat, all right? And it's worth driving down there alone just for that, full stop. But it's a huge expense otherwise, and the loss of time around from work, but whatever. Like, you guys are pumping me up for inauguration so bad that I might just have to figure something out.
Do it.
That's why
it's never going to happen again.
Well, you have to remember too, like before J6 on J5th, the evening, there was reports that an Iranian plane was going to come into DC, right? So I can't imagine the type of reports that are going to be going on and everything. Definitely would be prepared, but I like excitement like that. I kind of really like it, and why not, so we'll see what happens.
I'm thinking about bringing my good air breather mask thing, but I forget what you call those. N95, but better. I have the full face mask too. Do you think that would go with my ball gown?
Maybe you should bring
if you put a mask on, I'm punching you in the face. Like
I was gonna say, like, what is happening right now?
I'm not talking about like my one with some like ex-Democrat over here freaking wearing a mask.
I am not ex-Democrat.
I'm inauguration, okay? Well, I don't care, Kim. Okay, you're acting like a Democrat, telling me you're bringing an N95 mask to the inauguration. Like, that's gonna help you?
Like one of those breather things, a full face mask.
You should bring a whole, the hazmat suit.
Yeah.
Full.
I mean, yeah, a gas mask. There you go.
Yeah, that's what it is. Gas mask. That's what I have.
Kim, I was the only idiot in those DC protests with a mask on. Believe me, I know how you feel. I was the only idiot in the whole field with a mask on. It was stupid, but I was
gonna bedazzle.
You don't even understand. I take pride, like actual pride, in not wearing a mask. Like at the height of COVID, when we were doing the March for Trump bus tour, I'm not even lying. 30 of us would pile out of the bus, no masks on, and walk in like we were like the gang coming in. Fuck your masks. We don't do masks with our Trump jackets on. Okay, that's what we need, people.
Well, it was cold out. I mean,
Kim, where did you get a N95 mask?
I use it for when I do the resin with the cups.
Wait, you're bringing the pink thing?
No, I'm kidding.
Oh, I thought you were being serious. I was like, what is wrong with Kim right now?
I said I was going to bedazzle it. Are you kidding me? I said, do you think a mask would look good? Like a full face mask. You know what I mean?
I thought you were literally being serious. That's why I lost my shit. I was like, is Kim being serious?
You really do think I'm an ex-Democrat, don't you?
No, I don't actually think, but I know that bothers you.
I just learned some inauguration news. I maybe people already knew this, but apparently Carrie Underwood is getting trolled right now for posting that she'll be performing at Trump's inauguration by liberals. She's getting trolled by liberals, but good for Carrie Underwood. Go perform.
Savvy, jump in here. Another member of the inauguration crew.
I got another big confirmation, by the way, just now.
Ooh.
He's on the list. So, and there is one certain, I'm pausing for reaction once you read over that list of one that I sent. But I did get a big confirmation on one. And so I'll send you that information.
Wait, did you get Heidi and Spencer to come, Jen?
Oh my God, I love Heidi and Spencer. You know what? Even last night at I don't even know, 1:30 in the morning, I'm embarrassed to admit this, but everybody is using Heidi, even though all right, guys, it's Heidi singing. But whatever, we're just going to run with it. Using her song because obviously their house completely burned down and they lost everything. So that's how they're going to rebuild their house is through TikTok. So I took our video of the Patriot Awards and put Heidi's song on it and said, I'm helping to support Heidi and Spencer while also promoting this great event. Make California great again and get rid of the shit politicians who caused the fires.
Yo, you should invite her to sing the song at the awards. That would get her in there.
Let's talk in the back channel. We should just invite the most random people, Sav.
Hey, that's a fucking good list. What are you even talking about?
No, I'm just saying funny ones. Like that they might not show up, but if they do, it'd be freaking hilarious.
Did you invite Shipwreck Show?
Me? No.
Kim, can you send her an invite? Guys, if there's anybody that you think should be at the Patriot Awards that you have contact with, please just send them the flyer or my pinned post and just have them respond to the email. You guys are more than welcome to invite people.
I have a wording, Jen, that I sent. If you're going to do them through DM, I created specific wording. That way they know, hey, you're a special guest. We got to make sure you do this. Do you want me to send you that?
Oh my God, yes.
Yes.
So, Kim, after this call, can me and Savvy get on a call so we can knock this shit out?
Yes.
Yes, but I have a podcast that I have to be on at 5:30. And so then I will be free after. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm doing stage makeup while I'm on this space, but I will send y'all that wording. Will one of y'all send a text in our 3 group chat so it comes up on the top so I can just cut and paste?
Got it.
I know I'm extra, but I'm going 1,000 miles. Thank you, Kim. I love you.
Make sure you all RSVP for the Patriot Awards. And also, it'd be really nice if you could retweet the space. We get some more people in here. Thank you.
All right. I only see 2 hands. So let's go to Rick and then we'll go to Upstanding.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Somebody mentioned drones. I was out playing with my little girl and some of the neighbor kids, and their grandmother was there. She said yesterday her kids were out playing at 11:30 and she saw 2 or 3 drones in the sky. And I asked her, I said, you have a picture of it? And she did on her phone. She did get a video. But they were in a triangular pattern. They were bright like a star, but they were white. One was lower, just over the ground, and the other 2 were up in the sky. And that happened in East Tennessee, which I thought that was weird. We haven't heard of any, but I don't know with it cold. There's not a lot of people out at 11:30 at night, but she was. So I just thought I'd share that with the group. Is a little odd. But the picture wasn't real clear, but you could tell, it wasn't stars. And she said they were slowly moving. They weren't moving real fast. And that's it.
Well, I watched something today that it scrambled my brain. Jen knows about it. It was from Tupac Cabra, and he put together a documentary, and it is a pretty compelling argument that aliens and angels and demons are the same thing.
Dude, this is what I've been saying the whole time. Because think about it. Why do you think they tell us to wish upon a star? Right? If you're a Christian and you believe in Jesus, there's no such thing as luck, right? And there's no such thing as wishing. You are either talking to Jesus or whatever, right? So they have this notion in society of let's wish upon a falling star. Except, like, I'm pretty sure those are fallen angels everybody's been wishing upon this whole time. Just saying.
What if you wish on a candle on your birthday cake? Does it not count?
I don't know. I've come to the conclusion that this entire world is fucked up and we need to get to the bottom of like what we've been indoctrinated into doing without our knowledge, right? Because there's like a lot of things that after I started looking at it, I was like, wait, that's straight evil. And people do that shit all the time. Like, what?
Can I tell my drone story real quick if I can?
Wait, Andrew, hold on. Upstanding, you had your hand up.
Go ahead, Andrew. You first.
Okay, Andrew, go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks for giving me the mic for a second. I mean, those drones really were something, and I don't know where they went or what happened, but like I said, I'm in Massachusetts and I'm sitting upstairs. It was a Monday night. In fact, I think it was Veterans Day. Whatever. It was on Veterans Day at 8:29, and I hate saying the time frame like that because whoever flew this craft could just probably go back and see exactly, where I was at. But it was 8:29 on Veterans Day. It was a Monday, and I'm sitting there. My wife says there's a drone outside the window, and sometimes, people fly drones, little personal drones. They get curious. They want to come up and, see what's going on. Because like I said, I'm basically on a mountaintop. This thing, I was like, I seen it go past the window. It was straight out from the window. It didn't make any noise, all right? Because if a drone this size made noise, like from propellers, you would hear it. Even a small little, like, 2-foot drone makes significant amount of noise. You can hear those things coming over the trees a ways away. This thing was the size of a Prius, and it did have the lights on, and it just flew right past the house, right over, across a few mountains over, and then significantly raised itself up to clear some other mountains and went over the ridge. I text my contacts that I had at that night. I said, a high-end military drone just flew right past my window. And that was, like I said, that was the early part of November. 5 days later, the news started breaking in New Jersey with these drone situation. And I instantly reached out to other people that I know that are, out there. And I was like, this is a real thing. This is like happening. Take it for what it is, but we're going to get the answers. Supposedly Trump's going to give us the answers as soon as he gets in office. So we're going to know soon. Thanks, Jen.
Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate you. Go ahead, upstanding.
Well, kind of takes you back to when she was talking about the bee being in her face, right there and everything. If you go back to what we were spying on Hitler with, and I was in the Army. My little brother was in the security forces. My great uncles and uncles was in the security forces for the United States Air Force. My little brother got put on presidential detail, and he got to go visit Area 51. And I'll tell you right now, from what I read about the mosquito or the dragonfly that landed on Hitler's shoulder, that was a CIA op that was getting information, and from what Hitler was saying, and we don't think that they don't have that type of technology today. Well, I hate to say it, but that's way back when. And if we look at, let's say the airplanes that we have today that are, can't be picked up on radar, stealth, those were developed back in the 70s. They have an Apple I computer in them. That's how they navigate. That's how they fly. And if we don't think that with our technology that we have today, that they don't have something that can listen in on us or do things or that can be silent flying over the hill, then we have something to learn. And another thing I posted down there in the pill is M17. I was in the Army. That's what we trained with. NBC mask, nuclear, biological, chemical warfare. And when somebody said that they're going to take their N95, I posted that and said, well, I'm taking my M17 for the primary fact that it's NBC. You don't know exactly what they could be seeding the clouds with or what they could be dropping over on top of you, especially a heavily populated area.
Wait, can I just stop you for a second? Are you talking about the inauguration? Because like, I really would advise people not to tweet about bringing any kind of weapons, even if you're kidding.
I didn't say nothing about bringing a weapon. I said I'm bringing an M17 mask. You said
okay.
that you were bringing an N95.
Oh, I thought you said your M17. I was like, is that some kind of gun? Because like, I really would not tweet that.
No, M17 is a mask. M1A1 and everything is a tank. And then, of course, you got the rifles that we used, which was the M203 and some M16A1s, M16A2s, and stuff like that. I was on a 155 howitzer. But no, yeah, I wouldn't advise taking none of that. Now, they may say that an M17 is a weapon, but no, I don't believe so. It's a mask. It's there for your own benefit and to help you, from getting attacked. So I'm going to yield with that. I was just kind of punning and everything. Let you guys talk.
Are you going to bedazzle your mask like I am?
I don't think so. I mean, jelly roll. I can't put tattoos on my M17.
Oh, I can't believe that you thought I was actually like going to wear like a mask. If I was bringing it, it would be like a full, like there's no air getting in there kind of thing.
Now, Kim, you have to do it just because it's funny.
I mean, I might just bring it in the car just to piss her off.
Only if you're going undercover.
Andrew, you gonna have your video ready?
I just bought a new microphone. I had to buy a new condenser mic. Condenser mics pick up the surrounding area, and then when you point it in certain directions, you get some better audio. But I refer to it as the redneck setup. When I went to those rallies down in DC, I had a mask on, and I wish I didn't because I don't even want to post a lot of the footage because it's so ridiculous. But I was listening to war correspondents, combat correspondents, and they're like, wear a mask, and the mask serves a different purpose just besides keeping out germs. I mean, it obviously hides your identity. That's pretty, easily known. It keeps you warm at the same token, but it makes it hard to breathe. So there's a lot of different, reasons to wear a mask. When you go into a big crowd and you see like 300, 400 like Proud Boys running around the corner, and then you're just getting the footage and you go up, up to Black Lives Plaza in DC, and you see the Antifa that's magically surrounded by police in between a city block, and MAGA's sitting there throwing, there was people throwing bottles at them. They had their little shields and umbrellas and stuff. I mean, why not have a mask on? What do you want to do? Sit there barefaced for no reason whatsoever? I mean, a mask does help in certain situations, but at the same token, I mean, Alex Jones pops up on an aerial lift right off of Freedom Plaza. And it's like, okay, there's Alex Jones. Let's go over and see what he's doing. The security guard is, Enrico and the rest of them. And they march off to the Supreme Court. And it's like, all right, let's go with these guys. But you got your bullhorn on you. And it's like, well, let's start, yelling about communism. Let's say that we're not taking it no more. You're wearing a dumb mask that's making no, sort of impact on blocking you from respiratory illness, especially because I'm not willing to shave my beard off. Who cares? I mean, I feel ridiculous about it. A lot of people do, but we were attacked by something, at that point in time. It's easy to look back and say, yeah, I wish I did this different. I wish I did that different. But I did give some credence to the mask for a short period of time. But like I said, it serves other purpose than protecting from viral infection. But yeah, we got new mics. I want to get back out there. I think the inauguration is a great place to do it. It's just the shadow bans and censoring. It's not really worth it, to be honest with you. The risk reward, it's a lot of risks. There's not a lot of reward other than literally going down and supporting that statue because I can appreciate that. That thing's awesome, by the way. Commander, Commander, you hold the best spaces. Jennifer, Kimberly, I mean, and the rest of the crew down there. It's amazing people. Thank you for even giving me a platform in the first place. I'll land it there.
We got you, Andrew.
Always welcome, Andrew. Always welcome.
And we're convincing you to go to the inauguration.
Oh, man. I'm going to have to do extra jobs for that one. It's gonna
convince me to get a haircut.
And buy a tux.
Check out my latest post in the Jumbotron. You guys might want to consider it.
Is that the new style?
No, it's European kids wearing face paint to defeat surveillance cameras.
Oh, I like it.
You can't do like the biometrics, which are based on like geometry. Like
I'm gonna have
they do
so much
they make
makeup
polygons out of your face, and that's how they determine that your face is you.
Hey, Commander, can I just chime in? Who was asking me if I was going to get the video out again? Because I can't see who the speakers are from where I'm at. I was just wondering who that was.
Was that upstanding American?
Yes.
Okay, it doesn't show on my screen. It's horrible, but send me a friend request if I don't already have you.
Hit the little people icon at the bottom next to where the mic is, you can click that and it tells you who all the speakers are. It should, or is that just the co-host and the host?
No, it does that for everybody.
Yeah, so you can see in the list of speakers, he's still a speaker.
Copy that. Thank you.
So, what color is your dress? You can pick the right color pattern with the sharp lines to break up the geometric face recognition stuff.
I'm just going to put on so much makeup that nobody will recognize me. And a wig. I don't know.
A wig?
Mr. Philby is like horrified. He's like, oh my gosh.
Kim is gonna, guys, you don't understand. Kim bought the prettiest dresses, the prettiest jewelry to match with all of her dresses, and the most awesome shoes. She's going to look gorgeous.
Kim is a girly girl.
Definitely not a girly girl.
She's 100% a girly girl. She's in self-denial.
I had lunch with Kim.
I did buy sparkly slippers.
And I even paid, so she definitely is a girly girl.
I tried to pay.
Yeah, like that was going to happen. That was ever going to happen.
Well, you can't say I didn't try. Hi.
I didn't want to interrupt anyone. Sorry about that. Hello, Command. What's up, Jennifer? Hello, Kimberly. Hello, everyone else. Hope you guys are having a beautiful Monday.
We're trying. It started out a little wackadoo up here, but it got better.
What was the wackadoo part?
Oh, Luke was up here spouting about something. Arizona's a mess. Straight into child trafficking. I mean, it was just little
uncontrolled opposition.
We're pondering whether the eggs are disappearing to go to a separate Easter in the southern hemisphere.
No, I'm using my space lasers and vaporizing the eggs.
Hey, Commander.
Yes.
I just wanted to let you know that the people that are receiving the streams are seeing your wonderful posts that you put up. I've got that displayed so people know how to dress.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. And that would be X Live, Rumble, Pilled, Kick, YouTube, and QUX.
And if you're enjoying this space and all the entertainment value that you're getting from it, along with all the information that you won't get anywhere else, please consider clicking the subscribe button at American Mission, which you should be following already, and going to AmericanMission.com to check out all of our great stuff there, including our 2 stores. Thank you.
You're getting so
Only
good
$2.
at
$2.
So are you and Jen flying or driving all the way there?
driving.
Wow, that's like at least what, a 14, 15-hour drive?
For them, it's
Probably about 12, 13.
Road trip. Party on, Garth. Party on, Wayne.
An overnight road trip.
We got to pick people up on the way too, so it'll be fun.
Are you going to have a convoy?
No, just one car, but a bunch of people.
Wait, a bunch of people.
Are you going to stop at Buc-ee's?
Are we going to stop at Buc-ee's?
I've never been to a Buc-ee's.
I'm just
Wait,
saying.
Kim, you've never been to a freaking Buc-ee's?
No.
Kim is in for a real treat. Make sure
Kim's going to break her Buc-ee's cherry.
That is such an
it's kind of like Stuckies on steroids.
I am related to the Stuckies. Maybe that's why I've never been to a Buc-ee's.
This really just got fake and gay.
This is really a manic Monday. It's very manic.
You know,
hey, I just entered to win a ticket to the inaugural. So.
You can't get a good pecan roll anywhere anymore. You used to be able to go to Stuckies, and there are no more. It sucks.
Okay, who in this group has like a Bucky wear, like a shirt or a hat or a
Definitely
sweatshirt or
Jen.
anything? I do too.
I like literally, guys, I go psycho at Buc-ee's because it's like Hobby Lobby, Pier 1 Imports meets Walmart meets Bass Pro Shop meets gas station barbecue meets. It's a wonderful place.
And they have this in Florida.
And the best beef jerky ever.
There's two. So there's one when you're going across the I-4, right at below Daytona, above Daytona, and then the next one is in Florence, South Carolina. I have all the Buc-ee's memorized. Thank you much.
Okay, so those are new though in Florida, correct?
New-ish. They were there 4 years ago.
I guess I don't get over there very much.
Kim, like, you don't understand. Buc-ee's, they have all homemade jerky, all homemade candy, all homemade desserts. You go on there and there's a fresh something on the board or whatever, like fresh biscuit or brisket on the board, and everybody yells, and then the Buc-ee's mascot walks around in the Buc-ee's uniform, and you have to get a picture with the Buc-ee guy.
If anyone's old enough and they remember Stuckies, it's like Stuckies on steroids.
Isn't there still a Stuckies at Yeehaw Junction?
I don't believe so, no.
I had Stuckies when I was younger when we'd travel, my family, and we'd always stop at Stuckies.
Has anybody ever stopped at Pedro's? The border, south of the border stop?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not trying to get human trafficked, but yeah.
Well, I wouldn't go there now, but I'm sure it was something during the heyday.
Yeah, now it just looks like south of the border on drugs. And
Yeah, it's
really
derelict
sketchy
for
ass
sure.
people.
Derelict for sure.
My kids love Buc-ee's. They got the stuffed animals and stuff there. They loved it.
Was that
Like
Rick?
there is a whole Buc-ee's clothing line, okay? And then they have like the cute little boutique shop clothes in there. They got like the Pier 1 imports with all of like the home smell good stuff. They got baby clothes, they got kid clothes. It's just they have like all kinds of trinkets that are really unique. I just love Buc-ee's.
And it doesn't matter any day, any time, it is a mob scene.
Oh, and the most important part, the bathrooms are immaculate, like literally immaculate. And they have a ton of them. And there's constantly people in there cleaning, and the doors go floor to ceiling.
It's like the Busy Bee, but that's just a gas station.
It's even better than the Busy Bee. And if there's no Buc-ee's, you should go to Love's because Love's has the cleanest bathrooms.
I just saw another inaugural parade.
Is south of the border still a thing?
Human trafficking. Go ahead, Mike.
Another inaugural parade update is being reported by the Florida Voice News that the garbage truck that Trump took on a ride during the 2024 campaign will appear in that parade on his inauguration.
The
That's
village
funny.
people going to be singing YMCA because I want all of his trolls there. I think we should have a McDonald's float, the YMCA, and the garbage truck.
That would
And
be
the New
amazing.
York Military Academy is marching in the parade.
That's awesome.
Have you decided whether or not you're going to do it or not?
I submitted my stuff to Secret Service, so I have an opportunity to march in the inauguration parade with the New York Military Academy. But I'd have to go all the way to Virginia at 6 o'clock in the morning and then be penned in with all these people and not really be able to go to anything or be around my friends while they're getting sworn in and everything. So I don't know if I'm going to take that opportunity, honestly.
Hey, Nick Sorter's also reporting that moving trucks have arrived at Mar-a-Lago to begin moving President Trump to the White House. T-minus 7 days.
And there were trucks at the White House this morning, I think. Get him out of there. Bye.
I'm just so damn excited. The next week's going to go by so fast.
Rick, did you have your hand up before? Rick, are you there?
Kimberly, I can't hear Rick, but I mean, that bridge went down in what, Baltimore? That's going to impact. That thing's obviously not back up yet, but I mean, when you go through Baltimore right there in that industrial area coming down from the north, that bridge isn't there
No,
anymore.
it'll be fine. They'll just take the Baltimore or the Baltimore tunnel.
Yeah, that tunnel freaks me out every time.
Oh my God, I hate the tunnel. But that bridge was mostly for like commercial traffic that couldn't go through the tunnel. So like hazardous material and stuff like that, they would push out onto that bridge. So you're not bringing hazardous material through a freaking tunnel. So when the bridge went down, it just pushed everything back into Baltimore.
See, Jen always knows like exactly what the hell is going on most of the time. That's awesome. Thanks, Jen.
By the way, I had to refollow pretty much everybody again. I don't know what's going on with X, but it's been really bad. And Jen, did you get everything worked out yesterday with Bannon and Elon?
What was that story? I heard that only lasted for like a couple hours, but what happened?
Did we lose Jen?
Maybe.
I don't hear anybody.
Jen.
Proof of life, Jen. Come on.
Is Jen going through the Baltimore Tunnel right now in the last service? Where's she at?
She probably doesn't want to talk about Bannon.
Who, Jen?
Yeah.
Hey, Kim, can you check your DMs?
Yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to talk about that either. That's, we already talked about that. Well, we didn't talk about it in the space, but like I said, nobody's gotten a quote from him. So, as far as I'm concerned, it's bullshit until you get a quote. I don't know if he addressed it this morning or not. Did anybody listen to his show today?
I did not. I'll respond.
I did not either. But I believe that we have an article coming out about Mr. Bannon soon.
Now we lost her, or did you drop her?
No, she left herself. But I mean, you have 12 different outfits pick up the same article, and nobody calls to verify the quote on their own.
Is that something that happened in the last 24 hours? I'm not familiar with that story.
It came out last night that this reporter person said that she got an interview, and that he had a very animated response to a question, and that he went off about Mr. Musk, and then she put that out on whatever platform it was, and then it got picked up by the New York Post and several other places, and then it got reported out by a bunch of different places like it's gospel. And so, I don't know what to think of that, because unless you hear it come from his mouth himself, then we know what media subterfuge is. It's they put something out, and sometimes they're doing it as a trial balloon, and sometimes it's real. But if you're using the 24-hour rule, this is either a dead story or it's not. And I don't think that we've heard anything from Mr. Musk about it. He's not commented, and Trump hasn't commented. So, as far as I can tell at the moment, it's pretty much a dead story.
But now we know.
I guess, yeah, pretty much.
So you did find out that chick didn't get a source?
Well, no. I mean, she said that she quoted him directly.
Problems.
And maybe she did quote him directly, but if I'm going to quote somebody who I don't know is a reliable source, just some internet girl, but nothing personal against women who are
on the internet
reporters. Yeah, I mean, it could have been anybody that's in this space who wants to be somebody who wants to report. I don't, that doesn't make you a bad person.
It can't be Edward, Craig, Rick, Andrew, me, and Mike.
Yeah, well, I mean, it could be No Rose, who's a credible source to us, but that doesn't necessarily make her credible to the New York Post, because she has no dealings with the New York Post. But the New York Post picked this up and they put it out like it's gospel truth. Or it could have been Sally. Nothing against Sally. Sally's credible to us. Yeah. But if you're going to repeat a story, you should probably check to make sure that you got a story. Especially when you're talking about this guy's talking about the richest dude in the world in conjunction with the soon to be within a week next president of the United States. And then, the question you have to ask yourself is if you're somebody who is a legitimate person trying to do news, is this a legitimate story for you to put out? Or are you just looking for some kind of sensationalism because somebody opined on something that they weren't happy about?
Speaking about news, did Elon Musk interview that German AfD politician, or is that coming up?
I have no clue.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I have no clue about anything.
Okay, so that guy Thierry, the French guy with the EU, threatened Musk, I don't know, 6 months ago or a year ago. Like the Europeans really have they're bent out of shape about Elon Musk, because they can't control the narrative. And he supposedly either did or he's getting ready to interview a leading politician of this. I think they're the second or the third largest political party in Germany, but they're right wing. So they've threatened to turn X off and to go after him again.
I think that Elon should probably challenge him to a boxing match. I think that would be a much better thing than an interview. I think that
wasn't he supposed to fight Zuckerberg?
Yeah, I think that the Europeans,
Zuckerberg would win.
Yeah, the Europeans. The problem with the Europeans is that they are so afraid for their people to be able to talk amongst themselves. The freedom of speech is so dangerous to them that they don't deserve to be in office, because democracy means nothing when you don't have freedom of speech. With democracy is non-existent without freedom of speech. Because when you're not able to speak truth to power, then what you have is a autocracy. You don't have anything that even resembles democracy. You can hold elections, but that doesn't mean anything. You're just changing pieces on a chessboard. It's ridiculous. And I mean, you can say what you want about Hitler, and he was an evil man, he deserved to die. Okay, got no problem with that. But at least he was a populist, and the German people supported him. you can't say that about what's going on over there now. And that's a sad commentary.
Andrew Tate for Prime Minister.
Well, he's in Romania, and he's having a hard time with that.
Isn't he running?
Speaking of Romania, 100,000 people went out marching in the street because the EU interfered in their election recently.
Yeah, the EU is not a stable thing. And if Germany pulls out, I don't think the EU continues to exist.
The EU is another globalist operation.
I'm telling you, man, you guys have got to listen. I'm going to put it up in the Jumbotron, but you guys have got to go out and watch this 26-minute video from Chupacabra, where he ties aliens and angels and demons together. And it just, like, it blew my mind. Like, first it connected everything, and then it just, like, whoosh.
Is that the thing that you put in the chat earlier today?
Yes.
That I'm still supposed to watch because I haven't had enough time.
Yeah,
to do
so
it
I'm
yet.
everywhere I touch, like whenever you're in the same area as me, we're on the phone, I'm going to remind you, you got to watch it.
Too bad X video's not working. We could have like a video night.
Yeah, this is not going away, is it?
It's not going away. Tucker Carlson said that he knows more than he should know now. He's like, I know, and I don't want to know anymore.
Well, Tucker Carlson, I mean, I would think people would have been talking about it for like weeks. He talked about being attacked by a demon and like was like, oh yeah, he just said it, and then everyone moved on.
He has scars. I didn't move on. I was in.
Tucker was sleeping with 4 dogs, and he had scratches on him.
He was sleeping with 4 dogs.
Yeah.
Well,
his story is he was sleeping.
That sounds like my 20s, but I'm here till Friday, folks.
Legitimate dogs he had in his bed, but then he woke up and he thought demons were on him, but it really probably was his dog scratching him, I would say.
Well,
apparently
it dogs, you get what you get, right?
If they're demon dogs.
The dogs didn't move in his story. And again, it explains a lot of stuff, and then like once you kind of like when it puts it together for you, it then just kind of like it gives you a very interesting lens to look at things through, and it's one of those it'll shake you because it just seems plausible.
Yeah, and you were right. They sort of let that story die real quick, I thought.
Well, you're really teasing it out. I think it's like the 3rd or 4th time you've mentioned it in the space today.
Blew my mind. And Jen's been talking about it.
Why don't you have a conspiracy late night space on it?
Oh, yes. Just not tonight.
Kim, where else can you find it? Because for people that can't get on X, because I'm looking at the post right now, I mean, you could download the video from X, but is there other locations we can find it so I can share it with the people that are on the other platforms?
I think that you have to download it from X because it's Chupacabra's documentary. He just put it out, and I don't know that he put it anywhere else. I'm not sure. But that's probably going to be the easiest way for you to do it is to download it and then put it out on the different streams. Or get on X. So you could be suppressed just like the rest of us. Right, Andrew?
Just a little bit like I don't want to press things too hard because the algorithm will throttle you if certain keywords come up but there's a little bit of a battle on the information war, okay? And we are getting kind of a little bit on the losing end of the stick. Let me just put it that way. We've had, major accounts get put over in the corner, and I'm not really happy with the situation, to be honest with you. I'm going to have to let this account go, let the subscription go, because that's the only voice that I have at this point. I appreciate Commander and Kimberly because you give a platform to get on, this phone conversation, but that's about as far as the reach that I have with the people in the audience here and the people that, get echoed through the, I don't know, social media, chambers. But we've been reduced to, like, if I want to get a message out about how you can have chickens lay eggs because the season changed or the temperature drop, or like you have to add light to the coop, or the whole thing, you get nothing. You can't even get that out there. So there's a little bit of fallacy going on, and like I said, I don't want to trigger like any sort of repercussion, because there's always a repercussion if you really have freedom of speech. So take that in account with your social media. Now, I think we should be echoing things on other avenues, get people signed up, could maybe like legitimately have a campaign to move them over, because there's definitely an information war going on right now, and the evidence is clear. Hopefully we all last here, but really, can we really get, our arms out as far as we want? We have to talk, you almost have to talk in code. Like we're expected to post in different ways to get certain things done. Well, that's not what we signed up for, to be honest with you. That's not why I'm here. I thought it was a place where you can legit get a fair shake. Doesn't matter who likes you, who doesn't. I mean, personally, I don't care who likes me and who doesn't. I don't care what anyone thinks. I'm going to do what I have in my vision, and I'm going to do what I'm loyal to. And to be honest with you, I'm loyal to MAGA right now, no doubt. But we're not getting a fair shake in a lot of these areas. So I've came up with the hypothesis that the election's getting stolen after the election, which is, how can that happen? But it's happening. The election's getting stolen after the election. There's a lot of evidence for it. I'm not going to bring the space down into all the different directions that it's coming from, but the election's getting stolen after the election. So you'll probably get punished to retweet anything I do. You'll probably get punished if you say anything against our Lord and Savior of the ecosystem we're in. You can't say key terms. You can't say keywords. You can't go against anything. You have to fall in line right now with the master here.
Well, Laura
right?
Laura just tweeted out, not even in office yet, and we're, dealing with this suppression stuff. So I definitely think that it's an issue. I do want to get to the hands because we do have some hands. So let's go to Edward, and then Dylan, and then Michael.
Hello, Kimberly. Hello, everyone else. I hope you guys are doing well. The host, I hope you're doing well. It's just so funny that you guys are talking about this. I'm 61 years young. I don't know if you guys know this, but the internet has not always been here. It's not as if though we can actually build a lot of coalitions outside of the internet. You may not realize this, but a lot of us could do things in your local community to where you guys can get together in your neighborhood, called pods. It's what we're doing here in Southern California, is how we get the message out to those different people. What we have to do is stop thinking that the only way that we can communicate is just through the internet. That's just a fallacy. Guys, this is their business. This is their platform. So I've learned something. The freedom of speech is where I want to speak. I don't have to speak just because someone tells me to speak or not. So in my local community, I deal with the local GOP. I deal with our local legislators. They have to come home at some point. They can't be in Washington, D.C. forever. So that's one of the areas. And I really think that there's other platforms. I don't know. Have any of you guys heard of Braver Angels? Braver Angels? Some of you never heard of it. Okay. So that's another platform, or actually it's a group. They have hundreds of thousands of people in their group, and they do everything on Zoom. And you can see the people. I've spoken in their groups before, things like that. I actually have a Zoom group too, where you can go on there and do things. And we have different areas. Moms of Liberty, they also have an off site to where every one of their charters are local. So we can have different charters locally in each state where people get together and they can communicate that way. There's another thing you've learned, which we still do. Our children and us, we still write letters, traditional letters, because at this point, the mail is still pretty secure because they're not opening up your mail. I just let it out so people know that. Now they're going to start checking our mail, right? But I'm just saying to you, there's other ways for us all to communicate. I go to a large church here in Southern California. I think you guys have probably seen our pastor lately, Pastor Jack Hibbs. He's been communicating locally where we get together. We have a men's group every once a month, and every time we get together, there's 4,000 men there. And we're teaching men how to take rightful places in their home, in their communities, in the local neighborhoods, to get on these school boards, to get involved locally, because I know we all talk about the federal government, but if we don't get people like us in these offices and in these legislative places, we could talk forever. Right now, you got way too many people that's been there way too long. And if we don't get them out, we're going to keep talking about the same thing over and over. Nothing starts at the top of anything. You got to go to the root. The foundation is what has to be changed. We got way too many people in all these spaces, whether it's our local legislature, whether it's our schools, our school boards, whether it's our colleges and high schools. This is what you got to do. You got to change the people, and you got to be at the table. And when you're at the table, then you have a bigger voice, because now you have voting rights. And that's what we'll have to do. That's what I want to share. Be encouraged. And remember, we the people still have power. You just have to learn how to use it.
Thank you, Edward. That's important what you said. And it's, you know, we used to, in our spaces, used to give a similar message all the time, including encouraging people to be precinct committee men and women in their counties. And so it's always timely to have that message. Thank you, sir.
Hey, you're welcome. Also, what he just said, how many of you are actually involved in your local GOP? How many of you are community leaders? Like my wife and I, we write letters. We got a new congressman right now, Adam Schiff, guys. Adam Schiff is our senator, one of our senators here in Southern California. I've already sent letters and emails to him. No, I got it. You could put your finger down, but you know what? The people of California elected him because they're uninformed.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Say it again.
Are you sure he was elected?
Am I sure what?
He was not elected.
That he was elected.
No, I'm sharing with you based on the state of California. He was elected based on our state. Okay, even if they put him in, because Steve Garvey ran a great race. At the same time, my friend Larry Elder, who I know personally, he also ran to try to recall Mr. Our governor. Guys, we understand, again, I know nefarious things are going on, but we have a super majority in California because we don't have enough Republicans sitting at the table. So no matter what, they stamp everything. Like I tell our local officials, like I'm going to tell Adam Schiff, I said, when did the people of California vote for us to become a sanctuary state? When did we vote on it? See, we got to go to the root of stuff. They just passed legislation because there's none of us at the table. And we could talk all we want. All these cities across the United States and these states that have become sanctuary states, it's because the people's been asleep. These people have been passing legislation and taking our money because you know why? We're not there. Listen, I have a home. I have a business. I've traveled. I got stuff to do. But at the same time,
I've been awake a long time. It's just a lot of Americans have not been awake. And now all of a sudden we're awake. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to cut off the head. And it's very hard, guys. You got to be at the table. And that's the work. That's where you got to get on the ground. Because if you're not on the ground, guys, we could talk all what? 20 is going to come. J20 is going to come. And if you guys say that the election is going to be stolen, guys, listen, our government is our problem. It's not our solution. I don't care who's in the White House. At the end of the day, you got to be more focused on your house. I'm focused on our house. I got a wife. I got children. I got grandchildren. I'm focused on my house. And I'm going to tell you guys, I love the fact that Donald Trump won. I love the fact that he's trying to put a cabinet together. But I can't love that more than I love me. I'm just telling you guys, I don't know these people. I don't know all their motivations. I hope their motivations are good. But it's politics, guys. And what we all have to stop and do is think to ourselves, when does any politician become bigger than you? They are not. They ran for an office. They're supposed to be representing us, not controlling us. And if we don't get the control back, we're going to continue in 2026. If we don't keep the House and the Senate. And remember, these people come from our local communities. We got people who's been, listen, the sitting president is getting ready to leave the public sector. He's been there for 50 years. If you want to blame someone, blame Delaware. There's no way in the world anybody should be in the public sector for all this time. All of our states have this problem. Why? Because the American people are not doing their job. And if you did, you'll get rid of a lot of these people. We talk about California. Hey, guys, California had a problem for the last 40 years because we've been looking at all these people that's been here. Pelosi, Maxine Waters, all these people that we have here, they've been running this state in the ground. Billions of dollars. It's horrible. And now, for the first time, we got to flip some seats, 11 of them, and we got to flip more. But you know how we did it? Door to door. We talk to people, okay? You can't even send emails now. You got to just hand-to-hand combat, man. We got to get back to guerrilla warfare. I call it deployment. We got to deploy the troops on the ground. If 80 million people, 75 to 80 million people voted for the Republic, then those 80 million people need to put their feet to the fire and say, we're going to take back our Republic. And we got to get rid of, there are more of us than them. This is the reality, guys. But if we don't put the work in, I don't care what we try to do. We could talk all day. We could think legislation is going to pass. Guys, that's not how our government works. We have 3 branches of government. They're supposed to represent the people. And if they don't, we can redress our government, but you got to do it locally.
Amen, Edward. Amen. All right, we got some hands. I think Dylan was next. And then was it Cheryl or Mike? I'm not sure. Go ahead, Dylan.
Give us Mike.
Good evening, everybody. I hope y'all having a great day so far. I hope y'all Monday was great, especially the week before inauguration. I just wanted to say I've been in and out of here today. Since when I started, what have you, I've been dealing with people on the phone, but it's been a very informative space. If you haven't already, just go ahead and retweet, because everything that we're talking about here, you may never know who might see this space, and somebody in California could connect with somebody else in California and turn California around. So be sure and repost the space. But y'all have a great rest of y'all day.
Thank you, Dylan.
Thanks, Dylan.
Appreciate you.
And speaking of California, Kelly posted it up in the Nest. Diligent Denizen put out a post a little bit ago. He's out in LA with Anthony Aguero and Nick Sorter. And apparently he's saying last night they were swatted by leftists and detained by 20 to 30 police. He said angry leftists from X called in a vague description of them and their vehicle, but lacked specific details. And then he says, fortunately, himself, Anthony, and Nick were all law-abiding, credentialed members of the press. So the officers checked them out and then sent them on their way. He says, unfortunately for the leftists, we made friends with the LAPD, and swatting is a felony. And X has a strict policy about it. So he said that they have they've already got screen grabs of all of everything on X, and so he wanted to let everybody know what happened. And he has a video also there that you can watch. So, I mean, that's just, it's just interesting. I know some of you guys are going to be going into DC and traveling. Be careful about letting people know, where you're going and how you're traveling. Just a reminder.
Absolutely. I agree with that, Mike. You got to always have your head on a swivel these days. Cheryl, did you pull your hand down, or did you want to speak?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to put my hand back up. I lost audio for a minute. Stupid glitches. I just want to say hello to everyone. One more week, and I know things aren't going to change overnight, but I, for one, will feel safer, and that we at least have like true Americans working on our behalf. So, sorry, sorry. I was trying to read something at the same time. Anyway, I just wanted to piggyback what Edward was saying. He's absolutely right. However, I think there was a little mention in there, like, you can't just be online. Well, no, being online works. I'm literally pretty much a one-woman show here in my county, and I'm calling out the local government, the state government, and it's amazing. I'm kind of watching this evolve. It doesn't mean, and I'm actually out in the community every single day. Like, I am like literally one of the people. I am no one special. All the taxes, the high cost of living here in my county, which is inside the Beltway, has affected me. I've been canceled, so I'm struggling just like everyone else, unlike the elitist. So I think it's very important to share and be fearless. Don't worry about retribution. I know, I have people DM me or people call me and say, oh, gosh, you're on like 5 different chat groups. People are, saying, watch out for her. She's lying. Well, you know what? You're over the target when you have the leftists actually talking about you. So I'm down for that. And once I get coordinated, then I will be definitely, hopefully I'll be better funded this time. I will have support from the Maryland GOP and the local GOP, but I'm not counting on it. I can totally do this on my own. I think that I'm building a grassroots movement of the people. And we're talking about Democrats, independents, Republicans that have been told we don't have a chance here. It's a blue state or a blue county, who are like, wait a minute, who said that? Who deemed that? Who have not been involved, and now they want to get involved. So I know it's kind of a cliche to always say have your voice, but it's more important now than ever. And certainly try to connect. I hate to say this, but connect the dots. So for me, being in the state of Maryland, our Democrat leadership, we're 100% Democrat run. They have been trying to be California. They've been trying to outwoke California with virtue signaling, the climate nonsense. I mean, my electric bill's like $300. I live in a 1-bedroom, and it's just me. And it's crazy. And you know why? Because of climate change regulations that our electric company now has to implement that costs them money. And none of this is proven. None of this, what they're doing hasn't been proven. The climate changes. That's life. And the ironic thing is all these climate changers, they tend to actually show their hypocritic nature because they ignore the actual environment, the lush greenery, our forestry, our rivers, our, the environments that make that we actually should be focusing on, because they're all about the airy-fairy climate change that's going to, have us all in the ice age at some point, or burning to death. And it's ridiculous. So sorry, I'm not sounding very articulate right now. I've been kind of on the hunt today, on the rampage today. I mean, when you have a governor that went into office with a $5 billion surplus. And within 2 years, we are now at a $6 billion deficit. And we have nothing to show for it. We have terms like road diets. So they've implemented, bike lanes that take up a 3-lane road. 2 lanes are bike lanes. So that's what I'm dealing with here. And that's what I know people are sick and tired of. And my goal is to get eyes on, from a federal level, eyes on our elections here in Montgomery County. And that's my goal. And then I'll move forward from there. But anyway, hi, you guys. And about the Diligent thing, I was just on a space with him. Sorry, I wasn't ignoring you guys. I just had to go and see what Diligent was going to say about that. He said the police officers were very nice to him, and that he was actually kind of happy that they were on it, right? Because they've been following people in various vehicles and scooters who are setting fires. I'm talking about Diligent and the other citizen journalists that he's with. So the police are definitely taking that very seriously, which I like to see. Anyway, I will land my plane there. Sorry for talking so long.
Kimberly or Commander, I just want to, Cheryl, I did not say not to email. I'm just saying to make sure that we don't just rely on that, because a lot of us on these platforms are getting demonetized and everything else. I'm just saying that we need to use all hands on deck. That's all. So I appreciate
I totally understand. I get where you're coming from, but actually always have a paper trail. So if you want to get in contact with your representative, I would email, because then you can show I've emailed you 45 times and you've never responded. That may sound like something small, but these are the small things that we can do to start being proactive and being engaged. But everything you said, Edward, I totally agree with. So I wasn't trying to disregard your comment about that. I knew where you were coming from. I just happen to be, this is my way right now of setting the stage, if you will.
Yeah, I hear you. One of the things that we've done is we certify a letter and send it to them. They have to sign for it, because I don't want it to happen like Hillary's emails. Sometimes they get lost and say they didn't find them.
Thank you, Cheryl, and thanks, Edward, for clarifying. I think we knew what you meant. Kim, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Are we ready to start wrapping up? Or
Yeah, I think so.
I see Rick's hand.
We'll let Rick go, and then I think we'll wrap it up soon.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I just seen some good news. Alpha Warrior. I think most people on here know who Alpha Warrior is. He got.
Go ahead, Rick.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Oh, you can't hear.
I can't hear him.
Go ahead, Rick, because we made this announcement at the beginning of the space.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear it. Yeah,
others.
but Alpha Warrior's been he dismissed all the charges on him. I'm glad to hear that. I just seen that, but thanks. Y'all have a good evening.
Yeah, and up in the Jumbotron, you can, I believe it's up there, and it's down in the chat. He put out a video. So we're all very happy that Alpha Warrior was, they dismissed his case. Hey, Sally.
Did you call on me?
I did. I just said hi.
Hi, how is everyone? Sorry, I'm multitasking. I'm trying to set up a stream for tonight. Exposing how they're grooming children in Utah tonight. So if anyone wants to join it, 9 p.m. Eastern, you're welcome to. Be live on X.
And Ken Paxton is also doing a space on X tonight, I believe, to talk about what's going on in the Texas House. And it's a real doozy.
Do you know what time he's doing that? Because I might change what I'm doing.
9 o'clock.
Of course it is. Of course.
I think it's 9:30.
And Nancy Mace too, Kimmy. You probably already brought that up though, right? With Jay Hans.
Oh no, I didn't know that.
So Jay Hans, Liberal Tears on Tap. Nancy Mace is going to be on tonight. I think that starts at 9 too. I'm not sure.
Well, people have some choices tonight.
Absolutely. Got some
It's
options.
awesome to be in America.
was just going to say, guys, this has been a really good space. I've been listening for quite a while. Lots of good points brought up, guys. You always bring it home and bring out the truth, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Sally. We were trying. I mean, we started out a little kooky today, but we reeled it back in.
Much fun is it if you don't have a little cookie in there, right?
Definitely not as interesting, that's for sure.
Well, I might have a little bit different philosophy, but I'm going to allow you, for the most part, to come up and make a case or a statement or a question. It's when you go off the rails that maybe we have to shut you down a little bit. I don't know.
Okay, I do have a question because I've been hearing more and more about it. As far as the fires that are going on in California, is there really good evidence that it's partially caused by the smart meters? Because the trees are there, and I mean, I'll just put that out there if anybody's already looked into it.
Well, I live in California. Okay. We live about 30 miles away. It's so interesting. Obviously, there's a lot of things that has taken place, but we have the Santa Ana winds. Some of these fires started because our wires, our electrical wires, are exposed. They're on poles. I don't know if you guys ever seen them. Different states have them. This is one of the areas. I haven't heard any news out here on any of our local news about the smart meters, but I do know that we actually have verified video that when the wind started, a lot of these electrical wires, the poles popped and they didn't shut off the electricity in those areas. And because everything is so dry, that started a couple of the fires, and then with the embers, it just took off. So, guys, we're unfortunately we're in a state that's still living in the 1920s. We built a big grid in the middle of the desert, but did not prepare for the things that keep happening in California. Just poor governance, human error, and obviously Santa Ana winds and nature just take their course. It's unfortunate, but we know how to fix it. We just haven't.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering because I was hearing about the smart meters and the conductivity. Once that gets hot enough, that it's a problem with the lithium batteries and something, and it's actually making it easier for the homes to catch on fire and stay on fire. So,
Kelly, the
Yes, sir.
the other thing I saw earlier today is reported by, I think, Colin Rugg citing CNN, but there's 4 new lawsuits launched against Southern California Edison. They believe that the Eaton fire was ignited because of SCE's failure to de-energize its overhead wires, which traversed the Eaton Canyon despite a red flag PDS wind warning issued by the National Weather Service the day before the ignition of the fire. According to the second lawsuit, there is clear evidence from video footage, photographs, and witness accounts that the fire was caused by electrical equipment operated by SCE. So, I mean, that's all I know. But I think
Wow. Okay.
And Michael just gave you the exact thing again. Our electrical companies out here should be well aware. We knew that the winds were coming. A lot of times we have what they call rolling blackouts, where they know that when these winds take off, they shut off the grid so that it does not take off, where there's not that surge. But this is why we have these difficult things and these lawsuits are happening, because they knew well ahead of time. So it's, again, guys, it's human error. We only have human beings running these things. And if they don't do it, it's just very difficult and it's unfortunate.
That's very enlightening. Thank you. Because yeah, I've been hearing different stuff, and you know how the conspiracies start to wrap up and everything. But that's wow. Okay. Thanks to both of you.
You know, I like what you said. It's funny. All of us heard people talk about misinformation. When they tell you it's misinformation, has anyone ever tell you what the information is that's correct?
Right.
It's very interesting.
You're so right.
It's oxymoronic. They say, oh, it's misinformation. Okay, so please explain to us what's the correct information. Since you're telling what we're talking about, what we're listening to is misinformation, could anybody give us the verified facts of what's the right information?
Right.
That's classified.
Only in America it's classified because our government don't want to know what they're doing, even though they're supposed to be serving at the pleasure of the people. That's what a republic is, right? They serve at the pleasure of the people. So why is anything top secret when we're the people?
Right. It's all
Paying
redacted. They
attention.
get the black magic marker out, right?
Because we haven't been paying attention, so now they do insider trading and they have immunity and they do whatever they pretty much want, and so that's why it's so important to get involved locally, because we got to take it back and we've got to hold them accountable, and that's just the way it goes. But we got to
Kimberly, I don't
dig
know.
ourselves
Kimberly, I
out
don't
of
know
the
you to
hole.
be sarcastic, Kimberly. Are you being sarcastic?
No, never do that. No, but we do. I mean, listen, it's up to us. You're right. We're the ones that have to take care of it. And we were sleeping on the job.
On another note, this is a good reason not to censor like conspiracy theories and whatnot, because adults can flush it out and have a conversation without freaking out, right? And get to the bottom of the truth. So that's what I got to say.
For
I
a
like
20 for a 29-year-old, Kelly, you are pretty wise.
29 and going, baby. That's it. I am stopping there.
What's up, Mo Bing?
You guys know our average founders were 33 and younger. We had a couple of them 150, 180. So
Hello,
our
everyone.
founders were extremely young.
They were. What's up, Mo? We can hear you.
How we doing? I don't know what the conspiracy theories are. I don't know who said that, but 40 people has been arrested in the Palisades fire. I'm here in California too, born and raised in Compton, but I'm 75 miles east of Los Angeles County now. And so a lot of them, to me, was deliberately fire. I used to fight fires, and so I know I just came in on you guys' group. I was looking at the title, but you started talking about the fires out here, even though the mayor and the governor's not, to me, it's not worth the salt on the bread. But in any event, those them cutting funds and things like that, a lot of people do set fires too as well. And the Santa Ana winds do pick them up and take them everywhere, not disregarding the power lines, the grid, and things like that too. But however, a lot of people do set fires. Just wanted to say that.
Thank you. And
I
you're right.
saw footage yesterday of it was like an aerial view of the fire going up, and then these kids or younger guys like running away, and then there was like 3 different camera angles. So they were filming themselves running, and I was like, "Is this real or not?" That's the other.
No, that's real, because I saw that right the day the fires broke out. I was scrolling on TikTok, and that I actually downloaded that video and saved it, because I was like, as I was scrolling, I was like, "Wow, that's really weird. Why would those kids be up where the fire started?" When they pan, you can see they literally are where the fire started. There ain't no lightning in the sky. So like those people should be 100% questioned.
I saw a video yesterday of climate change getting arrested. He was in handcuffs by a police officer.
Climate, good one. I like that. All right, that's a mission. What is America's mission? I was looking at Bezo's kid. Oh, geez.
All right, that's just an inside joke, just so everyone knows what the title is referencing. What is it? Blue Origins has been trying for a couple years now to have a successful rocket launch like a SpaceX, and they keep falling on their sword. So I'm just making fun and being a little controversial.
That's what they call me. I'm a controversial preacher. So that's what they call me. I like you.
Kim or Jen, you want to describe American Mission?
I'm doing seating charts at the moment. Kim, can you do it?
Of course, I need to practice anyways.
Yes.
So, what we're doing, we basically a grassroots movement. We've been out here on spaces for almost over 2 years now, but we empower people to get involved. We really encourage getting involved in your local politics. We bring forth issues, breaking news. We talk about things sometimes ad nauseum to try and root out the problems, cut through the mis and disinformation and spread information that is, credible and sourced and problem solve and, provide mental support for each other. So we've become like a tight-knit group.
And I say go team.
She does say that a lot.
Can you bring up
We all do.
Rusty Cannons? I don't even show her being a speaker as an option for me to click on for her.
Well, because there's no room.
That's.
I'll drop. I'm taking Charlie out anyway. I'll still listen. Okay. I love you.
All right, Cheryl, did you make sure you got with Jen for the Patriot Awards?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yay.
The other list spammed, so I just want to make sure that you're on the new list.
Okay. I tripled.
Cheryl's fine.
All right. Hey, Rusty.
Hey y'all, can you hear me? I'm driving, so I hope y'all can hear me.
Yep.
I was kind of curious, and I didn't mean to take it back off topic, but did you guys hear? I think it was Biden or Gavin Newsom said that like 100% of the devastation would be covered from the California fires, and I was kind of curious, like, what does that mean? I mean, they're not talking about like building back people's houses. I assume they mean, just efforts.
That this disaster is it implied that this disaster is fully covered, that they're gonna fully fund it. But I mean, I think he's kind of talking again. He's doing everything he can to just tank this country before Trump gets in there, so that Trump's got to spend time fixing these little things, here and there. So, I mean, I don't know what authority Biden has at this point to say that he's going to fully fund the disaster relief when the disaster's not even over yet.
Yeah, and I just think about North Carolina and those poor people. I mean, a lot of them haven't seen any kind of FEMA help from what I'm hearing, but
it was just another slap in the face to them.
Yeah,
I do want to know more about it because the director of FEMA was making her rounds on the news programs this morning, and she almost implied that when people filled out the forms to let them know whether or not they were covered by insurance or not, so that FEMA could help them if they weren't. And I was like, what the hell? Like, the government's just going to pay for everybody who didn't pay for insurance, or like, what are we doing here?
Edward, or Mo Bing, you got any updates on what you're hearing on the ground in California?
I tend to think that what they're saying right now is that people are going to have the right to build back their own homes. They are currently releasing different types of loan programs here on the local news. But some of these people are going to build back their homes. They're going to build them back up. Most of their wealth was in their homes. And obviously, guys, the government is going to try to assist as much as they can. But a lot of these people have what they call generational wealth. That's been generations in their family's life. Some of these homes been there since 70, 80 years. Actually, there's a 90-year-old lady who's been in her home 70 years. Well, her children then want to build her home back up. She's still alive. So our government, remember, we the people. So I'm going to go with those who have the wherewithal. They want to build their homes back up. They should have that right. The government has to get out of the way. That's how I see it. And like you guys say, it's unfortunate that we actually believe that the federal government really is supposed to bail us all out. The difference is they should assist, but they should not prevent people from wanting to, be independent and still get their homes back.
I think they'll be okay. I think they'll be okay there because they haven't discovered any lithium under the ground.
Good point.
Jesus.
I do want to.
There's just tunnels.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, just one other thing. I did see that in the House they're drafting legislation on aid packages for this, and the Republicans seem to indicate that they're going to want some sort of agreement that the local government has to, or the state government has to do a better job of being prepared for these things before they get all this money. So I don't know exactly what the legislation will look like, but I heard something to that effect.
I will hope so because they should already have, like, you don't run out of water. To me, there's no such thing as fire season in California. To me, they should already have year round. They should already have technology to be able to take seawater and transfer it and to use in times of need and fire too as well. A lot of people is going to be buying up the properties. Hopefully they don't sell their land. Like you said, the gentleman, most of their wealth was in their home and generation too. But a lot of people is going to move away. A lot of people may move out of California due to these fires and things like that, because a lot of people cannot buy their homes back due to the high prices and inflation and things like that. And so hearing that a lot of companies had let people go of their fire protection insurance, and a lot of people has let that go in their insurance policy, is kind of damaging too. So a lot of people, I recommend to not sell, some to build, like I agree with the gentleman, but a lot of people would not, and they would just kind of sell what is left and just go away. Well, there was also a conspiracy that came out the other day about that part of LA was going to be part of a 15-minute city experiment.
That's very ridiculous. Yeah, I saw that because plans were drawn up previous to this, and they're not calling 15-minute cities anymore. Now they're going to call it smart cities because we're not onto them. We don't know it's the same thing, you know.
What is that? I don't. It's so interesting, guys. I hear all this stuff about legislation. Again, we're trying to change California. We the people, not the legislation. The last I checked, builders build homes, not government. You know, I know things have happened. I know they've tried to do public. My wife worked for the city of Los Angeles for 31 years. Okay. She worked for the public sector. I don't know if any of us know this, but our government do not run things very well. Unfortunately, we've had a big collusion of stuff going on with a supermajority of Democrats. Everything that's happened in the state of California is because of human error. We are in the desert, guys. They know this, but we got all these environmental people. We got all these people who want to save all the animals in the forest. We don't have a forest department where people they used to let Californians to go in the forest and get their own wood and chop it up. The people wanted to do this. They stopped it all. It's bad politicians, bad policy, and human nature. I mean, you guys got to understand, we have Santa Ana winds. The government don't control the wind. The government don't control the ocean. It's just the fact that we decide as humans to build beautiful homes in a spot that have fires. But we could have created environments over the last 50 years. I'm 61. We could have created situations in California so that we could protect the land. There's all kinds of things we could have done. We haven't done it. And the reason why is because we got a lot of people in power. They're not there for purpose. If you're there at the pleasure of the people, we should be serving the people. And the people have a right, because you know what? These people pay for their own mortgages and the government wasn't involved. They worked hard to pay their mortgages. So get out of the way. Let the people who've lost everything rebuild and stop all this nonsense. This is just Edward speaking. Stop all this nonsense about some smart something. If you want to be in a smart city, you go build your smart city. But the government has to stop telling us what we should want and how we should live. The government's not our parent. They're supposed to serve at the pleasure of the people.
I agree with you. What do you think about this, Edward? Why wouldn't the insurance company do something like give you a discount if you prove that you've taken some measures to make your house more fire resistant? Like you've cleared your brush, you've distanced trees away from your neighbors, things like if you show that you're trying to actively make your home safer, then maybe you should get a discount, like a reward for that. I don't know.
No, Michael, I think that's a great point. But you got to realize the majority of insurance companies left California 20 years ago because we have bad governance. We have bad policies. Insurance companies are there to insure people, but not go according to a group of people that's not protecting their own interests. Insurance companies are in business, okay? It's a business. They want to make money. They don't want to just go into a state where every legislation is against the insurance people. They know that we live in a fire. We're in a fire zone, guys. Every year it's going to happen. We should have people in power that know how to handle these things. So again, you're right. And I personally believe that it's going to happen now, because what we need to do is to make sure that when we rebuild, that all these areas are what we call fire protected, meaning that we can put all the wires underground. We can make things that happen properly. We could put in different types of plants to make sure the irrigation, make sure that we take water and put into our basins, make sure we build the dams that need to be built. This is not rocket science, guys. Other countries do it. I mean, California, which is supposed to be a republic, supposed to be the people for the last 40 years, it's been ran by a supermajority of Democrats. Their policies failed.
Why
There's
did
nowhere
the,
around
why
it.
did the Republican Party die in California?
Say it again.
Why did the Republican Party die in California?
The reason why, and that's a great question. I tell you, my wife and I have been conservative all our life. The reason why is because good people just don't want to be around nefarious things. We don't like lying. That's why a lot of us don't fight, guys. If you think about 2020, how many people who were legislative conservatives decide to stand up for all the stuff, the nefarious stuff was going on in the 2020 election? They didn't. It takes courage all the time to fight against a big cabal. So why did they die? Good people don't like to run because people want to go up into their families. They want to tell everything on the news, all the stuff that they have, the background checks. You know what? Listen, everybody's not in bed with evil. That's one thing I tell people. My wife won't ever let me run for politics. And the reason why is because good people want to take care of their families. But you got a lot of people here, they'll lie to your face and got your hand in your pocket. This is what's happened. And it's unfortunate. That's why the Republican Party in California, which used to be red, guys, back in the day, it was all red. We had a California golden state. It was beautiful. But when you start getting all these cuckoos here, and it's unfortunate, I'm going to use the term, cuckoo ideas, saving the ocean, saving the bird, saving the owl, saving everything. They saved everything, and now everything burned down. Why? Because we didn't take the money that they took from Californians and use it for practical things. All this woke garbage is, actually, I say we've been asleep, not woke. We've been asleep. This is what's happened. No one's woke. It's just 50 billion. Listen, everything in California is expensive. The land, the gas, the water, the milk. We got more tax than every other state in the union. And we have the least services. That's the problem. And you know what? You don't have enough Republicans here that want to go and fight this garbage. And I can understand it. It's horrible. But my wife and I said, we're not leaving here. It's our state. And we'll do everything we can at the local level to try to fight it. That's all we can do.
Or people get shamed for being Republican, such as me as a black man, too, as well, and are voting and supporting Trump or putting country and things like that. It's just unfortunate. We don't have a lot of traction here.
Yeah, Mo, this is what I tell you. I'm 61 years old. My father was a Lincoln Republican. My grandfather was Lincoln Republican. If you know any history about America, it's not about race, guys. We live in a country that abolished slavery. Okay? I don't care what another person tells me. The last I checked, there's no village that pays my mortgage or paid our mortgage. No one put my kids through college. I don't care what color someone is. What I want people to do is stand up for the freest republic on the planet. I have a right to life, liberty, and I get to pursue happiness. I was born in America. I've been free my whole life, and I don't care what person of ethnic group try to tell me something. You can't tell me that I don't have a right to freedom, okay? I don't care who you are. And there's no white person on planet Earth that stopped me from doing anything ever. 630 white people died in the Civil War to make sure we abolish slavery. We're the second nation in the history of the world to abolish slavery on our soil. I tell people, like I tell my son and daughter, who are true Americans, we don't care about race. My dad, I land on this. My dad said one thing. The word R is another word. It's called responsibility. Yeah. When you stand up for responsibility, I don't care what people say. At the end of the day, I got a wife, I got 2 children, I got grandchildren. I got to take care of them. And the last I checked, there's no village coming to rescue me.
No, but a lot of people too, good and duly noted. A lot of people too, as well, don't want to be responsible. That's why the government come in, as Daddy, someone said. I don't know if that was you or someone else. And so a lot of people look to them, and they won't. That's why a lot of households are broken. Government step in and do a lot of things too. They give you very little. But we need to be standing on our own 2 feet. But a lot of people are handicapped or rely on instead of just being responsible. A lot of people microwave.
Is he going in and out, guys?
Yeah, he's going in and out.
He's breaking up. You're breaking up.
Be something. We want to be given something, but then that takes from you being responsible, being appreciable, and things like that. So a lot of people do that, and the government knows that. So that they make a, that's what they rely on.
We're going to wrap it up soon, but we've brought up 2 new people. They both got their hands up, so we'll let them go, and then we'll probably wrap it up. Kim, do you know who was next?
I can't see the hands.
I can see hands for you. Oh, sorry. I didn't know you could see hands. My bad. I was just trying to help.
Avi? Not sure how to say it. Go ahead, Avi.
Yep, that's me. That's me. And I can say one thing, we are going to turn California red after this. We are going to make that governor resign. We are going to make that mayor resign. And we are going to turn California red. That's what I want to say. Trump is going to turn California red. We are going to start the golden era again, no matter what it takes.
All right, I'll be looking to the 3 of you to do so.
Go team.
Go team.
Hey, Calby, we're already doing it, guys. We're teaching young people, and my wife and I have this program that we call Adopt a Liberal. And the reason why we do this is because young people today don't know their Constitution. They don't know the Bill of Rights. They don't know the Declaration of Independence. So I just ask them a very simple question. What does we the people mean? They don't understand that. And unfortunately, you guys may not be aware of this, but here in the state of California, we have 2 to 3 generations of people that were not born in the United States. We got every people group in California. I can ride down one street called Ladera. There's every restaurant from around the world. Little Filipino town, Little Mexico, Little Ethiopia. They're all on one street. You can eat a different meal every day. But these people do not know our Constitution. They've never been taught it. They raise their hand to become citizens, but really never understand the fabric of what it means and what our founding fathers did. This is what we're doing. One person at a time. And now what's happening is we're getting more people informed. And I will tell everybody this. I don't care. You could tell me you're MAGA. You could tell me you're Maha. You could tell me you're left and right. If you don't know what the 3 documents represent, we are ignorant of our politics. We don't know how our country actually works. I don't want to be labeled anything but an American. I love my country. That's what I tell people. You're in the freest country in the world. If you can't keep it because you don't know it and you're ignorant, you're going to lose, because people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. And what does the word knowledge come from? It's called discovery. And if you don't know discovery, you're going to miss out on this beautiful mosaic that we have. And if you don't go back and learn what our founding fathers did, they broke away from Great Britain. 27 grievances. I know them all. Why? Because those 13 colonies, those band of colonies, did not want to be under tyranny anymore. They did not want to be under King George III. They wanted freedom. They wanted to be able to do their own lives. That's why we have it. We, the people, not we, the government. We don't need a king. We don't need a parliament. We don't need a president. I keep hearing you guys. Donald Trump is one American. He can only do so much. But there's 347 million of us. We could do a lot collectively if we choose that. Guys, Donald Trump is 78 years old. I'm 61. I'm going to be alive a lot longer. Some of us are younger than that. We better start looking at our own America, not looking at one person who has the American dream. He's lived it. But like I tell my children, Donald Trump is not going to pay our bills. He's not coming to save us. And guys, there's no elected official coming to save you. You got to get the people there to make sure they vote and legislate properly so that you can go out and be the best you can be. Every day we look in the mirror, and I tell my children and my grandchildren this: you look in the mirror, the person that's responsible for your life is you. Now, if some other American want to help you, give you a hand up, not a handout, great. But at the end of the day, Edward's responsible for Edward. And if I can encourage any American, let's do it together. Let's all be responsible people and make sure we make it work. That's how I look at it.
It's called Fresh Cravings.
What do you say, Kim?
Sorry, hot mic.
Oh, hot mic. Okay. Are you baking something?
It's the best organic salsa ever.
I know. I'm like, you're making organic salsa? Okay, great. I hope you got that from one of the fields that American people were working.
If we have a new brand of people that are coming up that have fresh cravings for the Republic, right? There we go.
Hey, Kami, I would like to invite you to one of our Zoom meetings so that you can invite your friends, because we do Zoom meetings so that you guys, we can really show video. We can show his community, guys, his community commander. I just called him Kami from the first few words, guys. Calm down. His name is Commander. You guys listen, we don't believe in communism at all. We have a republic, but I would like to invite you. I'll send you a link and let you know when we have conservative voices. And if any of you other people want to join, just send me a DM. I'll send you a link. It's called Conservative Voices. And what that means is people that want to tie themselves to our three documents: the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, and our Constitution. When you get those things under your crawl, you will have so much motivation, because then you know what they went through. Okay? They went through to get these documents. Listen, we're 250 years old. We have the oldest standing constitution in world history. Every other nation, I've been to 54 of them, they changed their constitution every 17 to 18 years. We've had the largest, longest standing document in human history. We want to keep it.
Let's go to off season, and then we'll go to Sally, and then we'll probably wrap it up.
Sally had her hand up first. I'll wait for her.
All right, go ahead, Sally.
Oh, I was just going to make a comment. Someone was saying they're from California and how the different laws and whatnot, people should be able to just rebuild. But I don't know if anyone is aware.
Is someone messing with this room, this space? Because everybody chopping up now.
Can people hear me okay, or am I bad?
I hear you okay, Sally.
Okay. So anyway, on December 10th of 2024, in LA, they passed rezoning to go from single housing dwelling to multifamily dwelling, which is what's it along with the smart city. So they've already passed the rezoning. And I don't know if people are aware of that. I was just bringing that to your attention. Someone was talking about that earlier.
Thank you, Sally. Go ahead, off season.
Hey guys, I just figured that since I was listening to Edward Lee here on a few good points, I just thought I would shed my little viewpoint on this. fire / little tragedy we got going on mixed with our ticks. And I think real full of why we need to take a really hard look at limiting government. I mean, there's a lot else to be done on this. There's a lot, but the top down in this, that's some problems that are going to point to that everybody is accountable. And as Biden and administration in with big
All right. He's rubber banding for me. Anyone else?
Yeah, I couldn't understand either.
Give me 1 second. Can you hear me now?
Much better. Did you turn off a mic?
No, sometimes where I'm at, if I'm inside my vehicle, it can get a little, my signal goes honky on me. So, no, you've got so many levels of bureaucracy here that they're all going to be able to point the finger and shift blame to somebody else. And really, at the end of the day, all this is really going to be a good lesson for, right? And this is my humble opinion, is when you allow the federal government to grow so big and powerful that they can throw a possible $250 billion bailout for a cleanup like this, the people operating the state really, quite honestly, just don't care how bad they foobar it. They don't care. There's a safety net available to them. They know there's a safety net available to them. They don't have to worry about the policies. They don't have to worry about the procedures. They don't got to worry about the situation they're creating. And there's so many different levels of failure, from federal to state to county to city, that you're never going to be able to get total accountability for what happened, and it's always going to be a shifting blame. So when you can deconstruct the federal government and put a lot more things back on the state, where the state's management of itself is the foremost thing, you're going to get a lot better system with a lot more accountability. The way California is operated, you know, let's admit it, they don't worry about a lot of state accountability anymore. There's always a federal bailout coming, you know, and I think that that's a really good time for us to all stop and consider, especially coming into this new administration, how we want to proceed going forward. And it's a really good time for conservatives to stop and really think about what we want to do as a conservative party and what our agenda and our platform needs to be. And this is a period of time where we need to really look hard at how far, and I know this is going to sound dramatic, but we need to really look at how far we can deconstruct the federal government. We need to put everything back on the state's plate that we possibly can. And I do mean, let's have a Department of Justice. Let's have a Department of Defense. And after that, let's have an honest discussion about what a state can do for itself. Because after that, you're going to take a lot of bailout money that some of these states use to, you know, to quite frankly, create a buffer zone of operation for states where they don't have to care. It cripples states on several levels. Can I give you a quick example? I live in Alaska. Of you guys here in the room, how many of you would think that the state of Alaska should be an asset to the United States versus a cost? Do you think we should be contributing to the United States per capita, or do you think we should be costing the United States money to exist as a state? Which way do you think it should go? Just off the top of your head. We only got 740,000 people and a state chock full of resources. What do you think our net worth should be to the United States? Any guesses? Well, I'll throw it out there for you if nobody wants to. Our budget is composed of 57% federal money. We are welfare recipients. We sit on our asses. We do not build anything. We do not contribute. We sit around and wait for the states to take care of us because our legislatures up here, okay, our Senate, our representatives, our governor don't do anything without a yes sir, no sir from the federal government. They own 60% of our land. They tell us what we can do, how we can do it, when we can do it, and they sit around and they take money. Okay, that's it. So when you say, well, we ought to do this, they go, well, the feds. I've talked with my rep. Well, the feds don't like the feds. So I don't live in the state of Alaska. I live in the federal state of Alaska, much like most of you live in the federal state of California or the federal state. And that does nothing for taking care of states' rights. And it's actually an infringement. It's just a giant, impeding blockade between any kind of growth and progress as a country. And as conservatives, we really need to stop and look at what kind of power we want to give the federal government and at what level we want our states to operate. And I really think that at the end of the day, you give me two departments, a Department of Justice and Department of Defense. And after that, we can have a real serious talk about whether we need anything else. I would rather have 50 EPAs, 50 FDAs, 50 FAAs, right? I would rather have states that are communicating with each other. I would rather have universities that are seriously doing their own research, not being told by the feds what to do. I don't want one Fauci telling us all what to do for medicine. I don't want lobbyists that are able to go to DC and convince us just 50 people what they want to do to pass stuff on the whole country. Make them go state to state to state to state to state and prove it. You know, we've got a lot of things we can fix, and we're coming into a really good time where we can take a look at it. But conservatives as a party really need to stop and look at our agenda. We don't want to fix the federal level. We want to kind of take the power away from the federal level. And because I've said it before and I'll say it one more time, I did not have a good feeling in my stomach on the morning of November 5th. I did not feel good. I felt sick, I felt weak, and I felt like something terrible was getting ready to happen to us. I don't believe California is near as blue as it's been told it is. I think they steal them elections. I believe they totally manipulate the outcome of their elections. Okay? We all have our feelings about 2020, right? I had a terrible feeling about 2024. We have an opportunity right now to really take a deep look and dissect this and have a serious conversation about what we're going to do going forward, because I don't want to feel that way again come November 2028.
Off season, you said a mouthful. Please DM me. I'd like to have a conversation with you. You guys, it's so true. We got to really work together. Everything he just said, which our founding fathers made it. We have 50 governors for a reason, guys. Our governors are the CEO of each state. If we have a limited government, it will help us all. You know why? Because then you get to self-govern. Right now, like he said, I think there's 4.3 million workers in the federal government. It's the largest employer in the United States.
It's ridiculous.
Why is the government right now employing people to be bigger than the private sector? It just doesn't make sense to me. But I personally believe what off-season said, we've allowed a lot of this stuff to happen right under our noses. And going back to what he talked about, California, right now in the city of Los Angeles, there's 1 million registered Republicans just in the city of Los Angeles. So yes, you're correct. A lot of the stuff has been nefarious, again, because a lot of people today think that the government is our answer. No, we should be taking care of our own problems as individuals. The government is there only to support our rights, not to dictate them. But
well,
thanks.
we are starting back up our civic space. We're going to be probably doing it in our Tuesday 7 p.m. spot. So we would love to have you in there, Edward. I don't know if we will start it back up tomorrow.
Are you letting Americans in there? Can Americans come?
Of course.
I'm just teasing
all of our
I'm
good
just
people.
I'm
Are you
just
being
teasing Kimberly.
sarcastic?
You're killing me.
Because they tell me, I mean, the current president told me I'm not American.
We will start where we left off at Article 1, Section 10.
Also, if you guys notice, you can go back and look at my timeline. I have gone through the Declaration of Independence the last 7 days. I start tomorrow on the Bill of Rights. And for the next 30 days, every single part of our 3 documents for the whole month of January will be noted as a post, so you know how to break everything down. So if you go back and look at it, I have 7 of them already. You could download them for yourself. You can share them, post them out so that we get more informed. So like
Aren't
I
we
said,
at like 26 of the 27 grievances? The only one is we're not quartering the troops, basically.
yeah, correct, Kimberly. Well, the sad part about it is, like off-season said, we could change a lot of this stuff. We do have term limits. I don't know if you all know that. We have term limits already. You got to vote them out of office. We control it. We keep voting the same people in office. And the reason why is because no one's opposing them. Some of these races have 0 people running against them. 0. So we got to go back and look at some of the stuff. Some of us are not precinct captains. Most of us have never even been in one of our legislating meetings in your state. Some of you don't even know your state representative. Some of you don't even know your sheriff. Some of you don't even know your district attorney. That's what you all really need to do. Become more informed so then you can have a voice at the table. Because a lot of times people are doing something because they think it sounds good, not because it is good.
No, we definitely, it's important that, both parties are healthy and neither one is at this point. So, I love your idea of adopt a Democrat. I always, during the campaign, I was like, okay, you need to talk to 3 Democrats today. So I'm in.
Hey, listen, Kimberly, it works. I'm telling you, my wife and I have gotten people to, even if they didn't switch their party, they vote differently because they understand now how stuff actually works. And a lot of times you guys got to understand, people are voting what they think is their best interest. And they actually believe that the government actually have some type of power. So I always ask them, I says, well, let me ask you a question. Where do you think the government get their money from? They get it from the people. Oh, so are you part of the people? So let me ask you a question. I ask all you guys this question. You can ponder it. Please tell me your most favorite federal policy that you pay for that help you out. Your most favorite one. And then I'd like you to tell me your local policy in your neighborhood that you love so much that you pay for. Like, I'm a business owner, guys. And if I don't meet the bottom line and I can't pay the people that work in our company, do you know what that means? I'm bankrupt. We have a country, my wife calls them experts in error. We have a lot of educated people running our country, and we're $40 trillion in debt. Why would we give them any more of our own tax money? But the reason why is because we don't fight it. And the reason they're going to keep doing it. And we call it, oh, we got the elites and we got the globalists and we got this. Hey, guys, there are more of us than them. But we keep just bending the knee because we don't believe that our vote counts. We did in off season. I did see something on November 5th that was a little bit different. People that voted for the first time on the Republican ticket, not because of the Republican, because they, for the first time, felt the policies that been voted on by their party affect them in Main Street. It affects their eggs. It affects their groceries. It affects everything. So you know what? They say, whoa, hold on, man. I understand we want people to be able to play sports and not be a female. We got people who want to think that they're other genders. We got people talking about all the stuff that has nothing to do with government. Now, they found out that the policies don't work. These things that they've been brought don't work. So now they felt it. Every people group felt it. And you know what they says? Enough. We don't like these policies. Everybody's tired of being woke. Everybody's tired of telling somebody to put a jab in your arm that you don't have to. People lost their careers. 31,000 companies in California closed down their doors because we shut down our country from people who are experts in error. We got people who think they're experts, but they made a lot of errors, and we keep letting them do it. We got to change this. In off season, you correct. We got to put it back to the states.
Well, so speaking of states and, your California, there's several races where they counted until they won. Are we going to go back and, I feel like those people really shouldn't even have been sworn in.
Yeah, we're fighting it, Kim. Listen, all you could do right now, because there's been so much lawfare, all these seats that got flipped, it takes 6 weeks to count. Okay, I can't wait till we get back to regular precinct, paper ballots. Let's do it. It doesn't matter. We have a country. Every state should be doing it locally. This is not difficult. People should walk in with an ID. Do you guys know that California is a non-ID state, that you can just walk in and vote? You don't have to be anything here. You could be somebody walk off the street. It doesn't matter. You could
I said all the other states shouldn't count California's votes because they are in direct violation of, all the rest of the states. All the states that allowed for no voter ID, their votes, I'm sorry, until you fix your shit, you don't get to meddle in it.
But see, Kimberly, isn't it sad? When do the people have enough integrity to say on their own that I'm not going to vote? I'm not a legal citizen. I'm not a registered voter. Why would you participate? Look at the fabric of our country, guys. Where is the integrity of the individual? Why are there people doing things so nefarious? Why everybody cannot be so bad that no one has any integrity anymore? It just doesn't make sense to me. My wife said
everybody that's in power is so bad.
Go ahead, Kimberly.
Everybody that's in power is so bad and doesn't have integrity. That's the problem. They're in these key places like the mayor of LA. I mean, the fact that is straight up communist and there's record of it and she's holding an office. I think that we need to, put something in place that says if there is evidence of you being a communist, you could be a communist all you want in this country, but you cannot run for office.
Kimberly, I agree with you. And I say this is not misinformation, guys. This is information. If the people of the city of Los Angeles did not do their research, they're uninformed voters. They voted for a mayor that we all know is a known communist. We know this. But if you have people going to the polls and don't know what they're voting for, Rick Caruso lost by very little, guys. But this is what happens when you get people here that don't love America. And that's what we have in California. We got people who don't love our nation. And it's unfortunate.
They're entitled to something too.
Exactly. Well, tell me, what governor in the whole United States earned enough money as a governor to purchase a $9.1 million home? Why is Maxine Waters worth $10 million? Why is Pelosi worth $200 million? Does anybody stop and think about there's something wrong with this? I mean, come on, guys. This is amazing to me.
Oh, we all think it's wrong. But again, I mean, I didn't even know like one congressman's name 2 years ago. So it's been like fast track catch up. And I mean, I've gone through all of the different emotions of like, I'm totally blind, bamboozled, the whole 9 yards, and within a 2-year span, I've learned quite a bit. I've gone back and read the Constitution. I haven't gone through the Federalist and the Anti-Federalist papers, but I've read parts of them. And, like, on top of that, learning that, I've been actively poisoned with fluoride. And I mean, I've been actively poisoned by eating Oreos, Cheez-Its, 2 of my favorite things. I mean, they were my favorite things. In fact, now if my husband brings that home, I'm like, are you trying to kill me? So everybody, and I know that there are people that have, started this process far later than I did. So it's one thing to like learn about it, right? But then to be able to speak to it and convince other people, right? So you've got to be good at speaking about it. So I do think that that's one of the things that we provide here in Spaces is talking about these different things, going through our documents where it's applicable, like showing real life application of the documents is so important. But again, I think that people are overwhelmed because they were, lied to. And again, I'll go back to the fact that Katie Kirk was my best friend. She was in my living room every morning. I watched religiously for years. My parents watched when I was a kid, and then I watched when I became a young adult. And it was like this comfort thing, having no idea that this stuff was going on.
Well, I appreciate you, Kimberly. And Commander, I appreciate you and all of you beautiful people. Bing, nice to meet you.
Kami?
Yeah, Kami. You guys, you're funny. I just want you guys to know, hey, I really enjoy the opportunity to share with each other. But at the same time, we also got to be deployed. We got to get out there, whatever you can do. Yesterday I had to go and purchase pillows and blankets for our local firefighters, our local first responders. My wife and I spent a lot of money, fill up our whole car. Why? What a state with all this money can't take care of their first responders, can't take care of our reservists, National
They
Guard.
laundered all that money.
Yeah, I know, but it's sad. But Kimberly,
it's
right
really
now,
sad.
it's sad right now. So the people who care and the people who can are getting involved. And we got pallets and pallets of food, pallets of blankets, pallets of pillows. It just, all I can tell you, the American people have to help other American people. You cannot rely on the federal government and FEMA. I'm sorry.
And that's what we've always done in the past, right? It's just
Exactly.
I think people need a reminder, and you see it with every single, every single challenge that we face. I think that COVID really did mess us up. You really haven't even gone back and taken a real critical look at the permanent damage or very long-term damage that caused to our economy, our children's health, our mental psyche, our physical health. Just so much of it. So I think that all of these things, we are finally going to have a little bit of room to move by taking power at a federal level so that we can cut the budgets and cut some of this waste, fraud, and abuse out. And, but we also, again, have to get involved locally. If you don't know how to do that, you can go to precinctstrategy.com and you can put in your zip code. It will give you your precinct and it will tell you how to get involved with your local Republican Party. There are 200,000 empty precinct chair seats around the country, which means that the Republican Party is operating at half of its health. The Democrat Party is off in la la land. And so both of them need to be fixed. And that is where we come in. That is our job. If we want to be governed by ourselves, then we've got to govern, which means that you have to get involved. You've got to go to your school board meetings. If you get involved and you become a precinct person, you are required to go to one meeting a month. That's it. And they are very good about starting on time. They're very respectful of everyone's time. And you get to meet people that are actually in your county who are dealing with same kind of issues we're dealing with on a federal level, right? But it's your county and it applies to, more localized things. So I found it to be extremely rewarding. I did it with my mom. I grabbed her and I said, let's go. She didn't have any precinct chairs in her precinct and I had one. We were supposed to have 6. So we went and did it and it's great. I get to see her, guaranteed once a month. And and you get access to all the local candidates. You get access to going, you can go to county commissioner meetings together. You can find groups to go. You can get in as involved as you want, but you got to get involved at some level.
Kimberly, we need to do that on Zoom per state so that we can begin to get everybody set up for the precincts. So if you guys, again, like I said, Commander, Kimberly, all of you people who really want to be involved, whatever state you're in, we need to start deploying everybody before 2026. There's no reason, if 76 million people voted for the Republic, then we should have 200,000 people willing in their local community to get involved. We just got to call the army. Guys, we got to get involved. If you do that, then we have a voice at the table.
I think it's more of an issue with people knowing about it. So I think that really is the most important thing, is to talk to people about the fact that there's this whole apparatus, there's an infrastructure that's there. We just need to fill it. Go ahead, offshore, and then I know Commander's got stuff he's got to get done. We've been going since 3 o'clock, so we got to shut this down.
Offshore, that's a good one. No.
Oh wait, off season. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I've worked offshore too for many years. That's fine.
That's your backup account.
No, no, my backup's another one of these. But anyway, no, I just wanted to say that it's if you're wondering about the communist thing, when you said that, I just thought maybe I'd bring a little bit to your attention here that in 2017, California actually voted to erase a law that made it illegal for communists to hold state jobs. So that's been their direction.
I guarantee you nobody knows about that. You know why? Because our media sucks.
It was 40 to 31 vote. You can Google it up and just pull up when California made it legal for communist owned have state held government jobs. Just pull it on up. Even Google doesn't.
Can you imagine if that ran as like a promo? Like, the more you know kind of thing.
I mean, well, think about it. That happened during, in 2017, they were so busy telling you how terrible Trump was that the media didn't come out and say, oh, and by the way, we're giving government jobs to communists and make that a highlight to everybody's attention. So, they did that back in 2017. They actually voted to do that.
Hell, our FBI director came out today when he was quitting or went on 60 Minutes yesterday and friggin' basically said, yeah, we've got tons of Chinese sleeper cells here, but we were so busy spying on you guys that we couldn't do our jobs. So we let all these Chinese fed in.
No, there's a lot of I'm telling you, there's a whole bunch of reason to start at the top and start tearing all the way down, and you'll be surprised how fast you can clean up. And when you're having conversations with and the only reason why I say this, Kim, about the communist vote and why it's relevant is you'll find that a lot of these people who associate with communist ideals, it ain't necessarily that they're line you up and take you to a concentration camp type people. Okay, they're really but look at greater good in society and da da da, and they're sort of pie in the sky, we're going to take care of everybody kind of people, and that they want to see more effective government kind of people, right? And maybe it ain't that they've got the best brains for legislation, but they've got feelings for legislation. And if you have these conversations with people, it's worth reiterating to them that if you really want to make effective change and you want to do it in a relatively fast way, it's a lot easier to do stuff on a state level where you have control than it is on a federal level where you got to try to steer an entire nation. Steering the entire country one direction is like herding cats. Doing something
well, we just got to meet in the middle, right?
That's a lot faster. Yeah, well, I don't really even think we got to meet in the middle. We need to meet at the road where we, as states, really operate ourselves, and we got to do it as a country. It really does need to be a mindset that the state operates itself, and states can look around and see what other states are doing. There is, you can make quicker changes as a state, and it doesn't mean states can't work together. They can't share information. That you can see that legislation works, an idea works, a plan works. And when you're trying 50 different ways to fix something or find something that works, you're going to find that a lot faster than one big direction that can just go off the tracks. So, we can all find our way to a lot better place through 50 individual states finding their way than trying to fix this whole country at one time. It's just, and some states are going to want to do things a little more cattywampus than other states. Some states may want some, more stringent controls over certain things than others. That's that part of states still govern themselves.
I got a good homework assignment for everyone. So when we meet back here, because I'm not going to be here next Monday, so I'm going to give everybody 2 weeks to do it. But I want you guys to go and, like, when you're with a friend or a family member or someone that's not awoken yet or has, kind of started asking questions, and get on spaces with them and just y'all sit there and listen to a space together. I'm sure you can find one. Maybe we will definitely be having one 2 weeks from, we'll have one next Monday, but the following Monday at 3 p.m., y'all report back and let us know how it went. That way, because the more people that get exposed to spaces, I really do think that spaces had such a huge impact on this election. People were getting informed here. We were able to problem solve, and we're going to continue to do that. I mean, we're going to be, trotting out more candidates like we did last time, and where you get to vet them and ask them questions. So we're going to be doing that stuff, leading into 2026, because that is going to be a pivotal year as far as midterms go. In fact, it probably just as important as the one we just came out of. So check back for that kind of stuff. We're going to be doing that throughout the next 2 years. But next 2 weeks from today, we will report back, and hopefully you'll have a friend with you. Commander, are you ready? Kami, come in, Kami.
I had a pop-up saying the host was having connection issues. He may be stuck.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're on the fatal countdown. It's over.
I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, I'm here too.
All right, guys. Do you have more hands? Is somebody else trying to talk?
I got a question for you.
Yes.
So, I don't know, I'm a pastor, and I do my Bible study. I do live stream and stuff like that. One of the things I'm gonna do is